ラブフォーエバー、弥生草間。ラッキー、東和テイ。愛はとこしえ。
Hello, everybody. Can you hear me? Can you hear me, everybody? Hi, everyone. Sorry, if my microphone sounds a little funky today, and if you hear a lot of noises, I just want to go ahead and give you a heads up. My desk is covered in textbooks. The Wikipedia page on Yayoi Kusama sucks big balls, and so a lot of the research I had to do was original research, which I didn't expect to do, but I'm not gonna lie, it was insanely fun. I hope you will all enjoy this stream today, as it's a different kind of stream than I usually do. So, yeah, before we start, I took away a bunch of the redeems for today just because I don't want to get distracted. There's a lot of brain power that I have to use today, so I don't want to get distracted. But I did keep a couple on that I think I can handle. So, without further ado, you guys, I think we should get started. I'm so nervous, though. For some reason, I'm more nervous than a usual stream. Everybody, and welcome to Tiki Channel, here with your very favorite host today and every single day. P-I-C-K-Y, Picky. And welcome back, nerd, to 9 months of being a certified bug. So you guys, I hope you enjoy. My outfit's not like, you know, the craziest stuff. However, I have mentioned before, you guys, I love Yayoi Kusama so much. I love Yayoi Kusama so much. See, I even got a fucking song that has her in it. You guys, I'm a huge lover. Oops, my armpits clipped through the sweater there. But I'm a huge fan of Yayoi Kusama, and the story of her life, you guys, is she's still alive, by the way. She's still alive. Keep this in mind throughout the entire time we're talking about her. She's still kicking. And there's no real sign of her stopping, honestly. Like all these pictures to the left, like these are all like pretty recent things. So, I want to go ahead and get started, you guys. My hands fell. So she's one of the biggest inspirations in my life, I think, because the story of Yayoi Kusama, you guys. The story of Yayoi Kusama. So you guys, Yayoi Kusama is it really is to the point that I'm able to dedicate this much of a stream to just talk about my love and admiration for her, which some people might think is kind of weird. But you know how like some people have like their personal god? Kinda like for me, Yayoi Kusama kind of is that personal god. Anytime that things are rough in life, I think of her. Let's not loop this song anymore. I'm tired of it. Hold on. What I was playing actually was a Toate album in which Toate collaborated with Yayoi Kusama, you guys. She did the cover and she added, you know, she was able to do some sound clips. Fucking Toate and Yayoi Kusama, my fucking dream collaboration. I screamed out loud when I saw it. Is my model redhead because of her? Not exactly, but you know what? I wouldn't deny if there was like some sort of like subconscious, you know, influence. I think she definitely made me love the color red a lot though. But anyway, so you guys, this lady has been around for fucking ever, and her life is insane. Her life is a story, an absolute story of grit. And honestly, it's like, if Yayoi Kusama could do it, honestly, I think like almost anybody can. I say almost anybody because, well, let's get started with her life, you know. So, Yayoi Kusama was born, she is a March baby! She was actually born, March 22nd, and I'm really sad that I didn't do this on her birthday because I'm stupid. So hold on, let me change my brush size there. So she's born 3/22, 1929. Showa era baby! Showa era baby! I hate that we're in the 20s again now, so now you can't just write like, you know, /29. Because then that's 2029, right? You have to write the full-on thing now. So, as of this stream, I believe she is fucking like, I think 92 years old, something like that. More? I think she's older. I don't know, man. Yeah, she is really, really old. She's really old. And she's born in Matsumoto City. Yeah, she's a very hardy grandma. So she was born in Matsumoto City. This is in Nagano Prefecture. Welcome, JKPT, Divino Bug. And Matsumoto City is like, it's no Tokyo. You know, it's a little countryside place. It's mostly like a castle town. If you've ever been to like a Japanese castle, you might know what I mean. It's like one of those towns and cities where it's really just there because of the castle. Like the castle is its main, you know, thing, its main attraction, its main business kind of thing. But so Yayoi Kusama is her parents are, their names are kind of funny, or at least this guy. Come on. Kamon is I believe his mom, I'm not sure, but just think of like, come on. But anyway, we have Kamon and Shigeru. And honestly, I think it's fine to say that their names, you know, that his name was kind of funny, because honestly, both of these people were kind of scumbags, okay? So, you know, they are Kamon and Shigeru Kusama, you know, and they give birth to 4 kids. Kusama is the baby of the family. I'll let me move my big noggin out of the way. So, yeah, Yayoi is the baby of this family, right? I was the baby of my family. It sucks, right? Everything it's like put onto you, things like that. And she has 2 older brothers and 1 older sister. And so she's born into this like very, not like your usual kind of wealthy family. Like it wasn't politicians or anything like that, but her family ran for generations, for several generations, this like seed and like nursery, like plants, wholesale company. And so they had a bunch of land and the family was pretty, pretty powerful. Like her grandpa was in local politics, and so she was raised to be like very, very like supposed to be prim and proper, right? That was the intention. So as far as her parents, her dad. Basically, her dad married into the family. The family with the money was the mom's side. So the mom had this fucking awful temper, absolute, just awful temper, and she was married to the husband who, because he had no power in the family, right? Because of all this, like, I need some water. Hold on. Because of the fact that the business is on the mom's side, he had no power. So he was a big Casanova, where there is a hole, he was there. And he was always having affairs. The guy was always going off with some other woman or some other lady, something like that, right? And then to make it worse, basically, the mom was so like unstable, and so she couldn't do anything about it because it's 1929. It's like 1930s in the countryside in Japan. What the fuck are you gonna do? What the fuck are you gonna do? You have this big business, and you're married and stuff, and probably if word got out, it would get really scandalous for the family name. You don't want to risk it. And so instead, the mom knew that it would go on. But to kind of like fuel her resentment, she would, even as a tiny kid, would order Yayoi to like kind of like trail behind them and like be kind of like the spy to make sure that the mom knew what the dad was up to. It was like some real pretty crazy shit. Like definitely not a healthy relationship. Yeah, it's oh my gosh, it gets even crazier, you guys. So already like the yeah, it's a really strange play on it. And so Yayoi has to like follow him around the city, right? Or like around for his affairs and everything. And so for the most part, she's a normal kid. And so I think you guys know, so World War I started in 1941. 1941, 1942, right around there. Are you late for class? We just started! So, the very same year that World War II. Oh, did I say World War I? Sorry, World War II. Oops. I'm so nervous. Yeah, I'm so nervous. Sorry. World War II. So yeah, this is when World War II started, and also was the year that Yayoi starts high school. So I don't know. Put yourself in her shoes. No matter how long it has been since you were in high school. And just imagine that World War II has... Like, there's already been this kind of, like, tension and turmoil going on. And then it's official. It's a fucking World War II. So, this very same year... Yayoi Kusama starts having some intense hallucinations. Super, just almost like really like crippling hallucinations. Her mental health, even just as a high school student, just takes a nosedive completely. Surely, it's gotta be fucking scary, right? To to be that age and have to confront your future. Like, there's this shit going on and I have to live in it. Right? So, some of the hallucinations she was having was like, she would see like auras around things at first. And then she would kind of start like hearing plants and like hearing the voices of plants and hearing hearing animals talk and things like that. She so, you know, she starts getting these hallucinations and they start. And so she was already kind of into like doodling and drawing in her sketchbook. She was already kind of the kid to carry a sketchbook around all the time. And so she starts like frantically just making sure to draw like all the hallucinations she saw, kind of just as a way to like document them. Like, it wasn't really like an artsy thing or anything at the time. She just wanted to like write it down so that she knew what the fuck was going on. And so that she could kind of like have a way to like document it and maybe like look at it, and I don't know, it's like a self-therapy kind of thing, right? It's like when you have a nightmare and you write it down so you can analyze it later. So this is a time, you know, I relate with this a lot because I grew up in this kind of household. This is a time where mental illness basically doesn't exist in Japan. At least, you know, not where Yayoi Kusama is, especially not in her family. You know, mental illness, who? What? Doesn't, you know, it doesn't exist to them. It's not real. And so, you know, Yayoi Kusama has to hide the fact that she's, you know, having hallucinations and, you know, hearing things and having like, you know, super crazy panic attacks and things like that. Because, you know, it was the same thing, kind of, yeah, kind of, you know, Japan has never had a good history of how they face mental illness, but, you know, think about it back before World War II. Back before, you know, this was still when, like, really, you know, 1929, I think from the Showa era streams that we've done, you know, 1921 Japan is still very... my voice cracked. It's still very Japanese, right? Like, still very kind of like traditionally Japanese. So she... Japan is still a bit backwards, yeah. Yeah, in the 40s, right? You know, imagine in the 40s in like a rich family or like a rich wealthy family, right? And so, and she was also losing her hearing a little bit. And you know, poor girl is only barely like in high school, right? She's only barely like, probably like 14 or 15. And she's already putting up with this and dealing with this, right? So, of course, you know, if any of you in the chat have ever dealt with kind of anything like this, where you are dealing with something, or like an illness, but it's, you kind of just have to keep it to yourself, because you don't want to be judged, kind of thing. It messes with you. So, of course, the hallucinations got worse and worse. They got really bad. Really, really bad. And she has a poem that I want to read to you guys. Because, of course, Yayoi Kusama also writes poetry. So, she writes some poems about these same exact hallucinations that she had. And these ones in specific are recalling a scene where she's in like a field of flowers, in a field of violets, and all of a sudden she just kind of like starts depersonalizing and having a huge panic attack, and just kind of like hallucinating that she is becoming the flowers, and you know, just kind of like disappearing and what she calls like, you know, obliterating into these flowers. So she has this poem here. I want to read it to you guys. called Violet Obsession. So one day, suddenly, my voice became the voice of a violet, stealing my heart, stopping my breath. You're for real, aren't you? All you little things will happen today. The violets on the tablecloth break free and crawl all over my body. One by one, they stick to me. Sumire flowers, violets, have come to steal my love. The danger is growing, isn't it? The danger is growing, isn't it? Just standing there, inside the fragrance. Look, even on the ceiling and pillars. Violets adhere. Youth is hard to hold on to. Oh, violets, little flowers, don't talk to me. Give me back the voice that became a violet's voice. I don't want to be an adult. Not yet. All I ask is, one more year. Please let me be till then. It's one that she wrote called Violet Obsession. And it's meant to be about, you know, some of the hallucinations that she was having. Specifically, for example, she would see, like, you know, imagine you're like in your kitchen, right? And you're looking at your kitchen curtain and it has like some, I don't know, some pattern or something, or your bathroom curtain or something. And for her, she would start hallucinating that the pattern was like crawling onto her, and kind of just, you know, taking over her. And so, later on, it would be, she would get diagnosed with obsessive compulsive neurosis, which is, I'm no medical expert, right? But it basically, the way it seems to be explained is that, her brain, once her brain latched onto something, it was impossible for her to let go. Just completely impossible to let go. So back to, her family life. So she was starting to get more into art and having these hallucinations and drawing them and things like that. Yeah, like very hyperfixated on these things. Extremely hyperfixated. So as far as her parents supporting art, it's a really, really important hold on, I want to change the song. I want to change the song. Here we go. There we go, this is better. I'm a little nervous talking so much like this, you guys. Sorry. So, going back to her family life, right? Going back to her family life. So hold on. We have her dad. I wanna erase some of these. Hold on. Ah! No, wrong color. What? I wanted to, hold on. I wanted to erase it. Oh well, I'm just gonna keep writing. So. So, she has her dad, right? Who's her dad? Right here. His dad. And then, that's her mom. Right? So, her dad is the dude spends all his time at brothels. Like I mentioned, for him, any hole is a goal. And his mom, or her mom, is, just to put it shortly, a huge bitch. And doesn't, as far as her art, right? As far as her art, her dad is like, yeah, cool, art is cool, He's kind of like too drunk and too horny to really care. So he's like, yeah, man, like draw all you want. Like drawing is cool. Sometimes he even would buy her art supplies, which, Yayoi Kusama mentions in her autobiography that she's like, you know, if they ever divorced, that's when I decided who I would go live with. And because, on the other hand, her mom was the kind to, you know, Yayoi Kusama would be drawing something, and her mom would be the kind to come up behind her, rip it out of her hands, and rip up the paper then and there. You know, I'm sure you guys know the whole starving artist stereotype. Well, I don't know if any of you are artists that have, like, you know, had an experience like this. I've had a really similar experience with my mother. Yayoi Kusama was showing more interest in art, and art is considered something that you will be a starving artist if you become an artist. You know, you will be poor and dying on the side of the road and being a beggar if you end up being an artist, right? My mom has similar views, so I had to do some convincing on as well. But so I understand Yayoi Kusama's feelings a lot in this. But her mom was even worse. Her mom was like, there is no way, there's no fucking way you're going to be some worthless, you know, like, lazy ass artist. There is no way, you know, this is a nice family, you're going to have a nice career. You know, you're going to go into like medicine or something like that. And oh my god, that reminds me of my mom too. She's like, you know, art is nice as a hobby, sweetie, but what about medicine? And what about law? It's like, Mom, please. But so you know, the mom hated the art whatsoever, and I'm just going to say this now, spoilers. The mom never stopped disapproving of her art. She never stopped disapproving of her art. Probably until her fucking death. Never stopped disapproving of it. So that kind of sets the, you know, the stage, right, for her lifelong relationship with her mother. You know, her dad is kind of, you know, absentee and getting laid everywhere. The mom and her do not get along. And the siblings, I don't hear too much about her siblings, so I'm not sure. But it doesn't seem like she was close to them. At least they don't get mentioned much. So there's a couple paintings that she did around this time, but I wonder if I can find them. So there's one called Accumulation of the Corpses that she did. Accumulation of the Corpses. Some. I don't think it's gonna be here. Hold on, you guys. I gotta check my books. I don't think there's gonna be. There's not many. A lot of her earlier stuff is lost. Hold on. Sorry, you guys. I have to do a tiny bit of textbook digging because if there are some of her paintings still surviving from around then, I would love to show you guys. But oh, hold on. There's some really early ones here. Okay. Is this it? Oh, I think this is it. Yeah. I think this is one of them. I think this is dated. So, well, anyway, some of her paintings around this time, right? This is World War II. Sorry, I told you guys I have a bunch of textbooks here. What happened to her earlier work? I'll get to it here. So, she starts like really like getting. I believe this is actually one of them. Yeah, no, I think they're mostly all gone, you guys. So, oh, you know, you guys will, you'll learn soon why she, gets rid of all her stuff. But let me just make sure I have it in the right place. Well, actually, to kind of, like what happened to make it lost, she destroyed it. She destroyed over, like, 2,000 of her own pieces. And I will get to why later. But, yeah, she herself, she herself destroyed, basically almost everything from before, 1957. So, there is not much early Yayoi Kusama art. There's a couple, but there's not much, cause she burned it all. she took an axe to it and burned it all in a bonfire. So, you know, let's. So I think one of her paintings from around this time is. Pretty sure it's one of these. So I believe this might be accumulation of the corpses. This is signed 1949, and this is, you know, this looks nothing like her current work, which is really interesting. So this is, I might be wrong, you guys. I might be wrong. I think this is accumulation of the corpses. But she kind of starts like getting into this theme of like lots of everything, you know, lots of, you know, anything that she paints, she kind of starts putting a lot of it, right? So then, you know, it's 1948. This is 1949, so this is around that time. It's 1948, and it's time for Yayoi Kusama to go to school. You know, to go to college and university. And so Yayoi Kusama, of course, wants to go to an art school. And the mom is like, no fucking way. No fucking way. But then, you know, Yayoi Kusama comes up with this agreement. It's like, okay, mom, if I go to an etiquette school, if I go to this fancy etiquette school, can I go to art school too? And the mom is like, oh, okay. So under this agreement, you know, that she would go to this etiquette school, Yayoi Kusama goes to an art school. She signs up for a four-year course in Nihonga, which is like specifically Japanese style painting. And so not only did she not go to etiquette school at all, which made her mom absolutely fucking furious. She barely went to art school. She ended up hating it. Basically, she was there and she was like, all of these fucks are all uptight. They all want you to do specific things. She hated it. She was like a punk kid from the beginning. She hated it, and so she skipped school basically every single day just to stay in her dorm room and paint. To the point that like they were calling her and being like, we're gonna expel you, dude, if you don't show up. Like, you're gonna get expelled if you don't show up to class. So she's just like, no, fuck it, I'm gonna paint in my room. So around this point, she starts getting super like super hyper fixated on pumpkins. Like, you know those people that like only draw one anime girl and that's all they draw? Like they like choose their one girl, right? And that is all they draw for years. The same anime girl for years, right? This is kind of her with pumpkins right now. So she gets super hyper fixated on pumpkins. Because she sees some pumpkins as a kid and remembers just like the impact that they had on her for whatever fucking reason. I don't know. I guess pumpkins are pretty cool, but she got really obsessed with pumpkins for a bit, and she just began to like obsessively paint these like very realistic pumpkins. And unfortunately, I have not found any pictures of these pumpkins. I haven't found any pictures of the pumpkins at all. Of these early pumpkin drawings. Pumpkins were Hiroshi! Yeah. And to this day, she still loves pumpkins. It's really cute. It's really cute. She's really all about pumpkins. And it is so cute to think about it, like how you know how like some grandmas collect like specific things. She wasn't even a grandma yet, and she was already just collecting little like pumpkin thingies. The original pumpkin spice girl. Ah! So, oh, she's super cute, you guys. So, she got a little experimental. And she also painted some vegetables, you guys. She also painted onions, garlic, and some other vegetables. But they're all like super realistic at the time. I do believe there is one of her realistic onion paintings. Hold on. And it's so weird to see her do something realistic. Come on, give me the onions. Come on, give me the onions. Oh, here they are. Yeah. So this is actually a surviving painting from around that time, which is super cool if you ask me. Because as I told you, you know, most of her drawings and most of her paintings straight up died in a fire. So this is one of the very like, you know, realistic onions, or looks like onions, might be garlic. I think it's onions. Yeah, it's pretty sure it's onions. So she was just, look at the background though. Yeah, the background checkerboard, and she was, you know, this is like probably like freshman year of college, right? So she's probably like, I don't know, like 18, 19, something like that, maybe 17. And see, it's 1948. And she gets, you know, this is all the kind of stuff she paints all day long. You know, she skips school to just sit in her little room that she's like renting out, or that her parents hooked her up with, I mean. And just paints this all day long. Just fucking onions and pumpkins all damn day long. So then, so here's where her life, this is where her life kind of like as an artist really starts getting started. In 1950, so she's been in school for like, what, 2 years? In 1950, she finally gets one painting in a local exhibit, like at a local exhibition, like, you know, in some little like store. I think it was like in a department store or something like that. She gets one of her paintings displayed for a little bit in 1950. And then I think she gets another one displayed at I think like a bookstore or like a coffee shop. It was something like that. It was like a little like shop. She gets one painting there. Then in 1952, she kind of really starts kicking up. And she's 23 years old right now. In 1952, she gets her first solo show. Her first like solo gallery show at a community center. However, I believe she had to rent out the space herself. Like, it didn't get offered to her. I think she herself put in the money to rent the space. From what I've read, she doesn't seem to mention it herself in her autobiography, but some of the other like stuff written by other people that have analyzed her life, have said that like she, nobody else paid for that. She paid for it herself. She didn't get invited or anything. She just held her own, like, solo show. And, of course, she does this exhibit with 270 of her own paintings. 270 fucking of her own paintings. I can barely imagine having made that many in, like, I don't know, like a year, 2 years? Have I made 270 drawings in my life? I don't know. But, so she has her first exhibit with 270 paintings. And this is where she gets mentioned in a local magazine for the very first time. So she gets, like, somebody's notice for the very first time. Then she does a second show the same year, a few months later, with 280 pieces. Yeah, dude! Yayoi Kusama paints a lot. It is all she ever does. And it's all she ever did. So she has an insane amount of pieces. You'd cook with those onions, yeah? You guys, I gotta be right back really quick. I need to refill my water. My throat is super dry. So, I'll be back really quick. I'll be super back, right back.
今何時かしら。あら、もう9時だわ。
新しいナショナルのジャー炊飯器はタイマーが見やすい蓋ポンスイッチ。
こうしてかがまなくてもいいし操作も楽な蓋ポンスイッチなの。ポン。また麻雀かしら。
ポン。なんと。
ふたぽんのナショナルマイコン包み炊き。
ナショナルの店で特選品フェア。
チキンとビスケットのベストコンビ。ケンタッキーのファミリーパックで漏れなくクリスマス絵皿プレゼント。ケンタッキーフライドチキンです。
暖房はガスです。いくよ、スイッチポン。
あったか
遅い。もうガスはすぐ温まるでしょ。それ考えて、はい、一日ついて脇締めろ、顎引いて、胸張って目つぶんな。
ファンヒータなら東京ガス激メ
おいしい？まるちゃん。
Welcome back, everybody. I told you guys it'd be quick. Thank you. So, let me clear up my canvas here a little bit so I can what did I do? Color to screen. No, that's not what I wanted. Damn it. Color 2 is also green. Yeah, there we go. Oh, wait. Yeah. There we go. Cool. So at this point, it's like 1952, right? Let's, what are some of her paintings from around this point? Oh, here he goes. This is one of my favorite ones from around that time, actually. Hold on. She has a really fucking cool one. Hold on. Where is it? Hi! God, where is it? Oh, I just had it. I just had it. Alright, well here's one of the pictures. It's not the picture, not the best picture I could find. Hold on, I'm trying to find the other ones. Did I lose him? Oh well. Oh well.
Feel it. You feel good, feel it. You feel good, feel it. Comfortable.
Okay.
Comfortable. Feel it.
So, it's around this time where Yayoi Kusama catches wind of a therapist, a psychiatrist rather, that deals a lot in art therapy. And so her being, you know, the massive, you know, hippie lady that she is. Well, this is before hippies, I guess. Her being the way she is, she's like, heck yeah, you know, I do want to get help. And if it's art related, even better. So she starts, she starts seeking out psychiatric help for the first time. And her psychiatrist gets really fascinated by her work and her paintings. And it's just like really impressed at the way that she's able to take her mental illness and turn it into these amazing works. So, this psychiatrist who was also, like, it was a big shot psychiatrist, right? Like, no worries! So, the psychiatrist was also a professor in the, the professor of, like, psychiatry in this, like, big university, so he's a big deal. And during one of the psychiatry conferences, he shows off some of Yayoi Kusama's paintings. At these huge psychiatry conferences, you know, with a bunch of, like, you know, doctors and all this stuff. I've been to some of these before. I've been to a couple, kind of like conferences like that. Mostly like as volunteer and stuff like that. But just like imagine like a big convention center just full of like doctors and professionals and just like extremely smart people. So, because of this, her name starts getting around and she starts becoming more well known. And so even from this early point, you know, her work has always been linked to her mental illness. So this is kind of like around the point where now that she's getting, you know, more popular and like more accepted, she starts feeling like she needs some like elbow room in Japan. And Japan is really conservative. It's still the 50s. They're still conservative. You know, they're still conservative now. So, you know, they weren't they weren't much different, if not worse. So she starts thinking about it, about moving to the US, or at least just like moving out. She's like, I need to get out. I need to get out of here. I need to escape my fucking helicopter mom and just this boring art culture in Japan. Because Japan was still, they were more, you know, they were still more on the, you know, oh, let's draw nice flowers in ink kind of stuff, you know, everybody doing the same kind of work. So, you know, in her own words, she would say, I felt that my art stood in opposition to the conservatism and insularity of Japan. So in 1953, she's 24 years old and she sends a letter to I believe to the French embassy or a French government official. She had no issue. This girl had no issue just absolutely talking to anybody, to whoever she needed to talk to, right? So she she just writes this letter randomly out of nowhere and she's like, I want to leave my country. How do I go to yours? What do I do? And so they reply with, you know, oh, you know, we do have programs to help promote the arts between the two nations, blah, blah, blah. But your very first task is to learn French. So she tries a little bit. She hates it. She hates learning French. And she does eventually. she does finally get an art school scholarship for a very nice academy in Paris. But then she gets an offer to do a solo show in Tokyo, which to her was like, that's my chance. You know, she finally like gets the offer to do her like her first like solo show that is like in a big place, you know, like in Tokyo. Like Tokyo, one of the hubs of, you know, just the absolute hub of Japan. Like it was her chance rather than fucking going to school. Fuck going to school, you know, she had her chance right there. So she decides to cancel it. She decides to cancel the trip to France and stays in Japan for a little longer. So in 1954, in February, she has her very first Tokyo show. Although it's her third solo show at this point, so she's already kind of like starting to getting used to this artist life. I should be writing some of this stuff down here. So she had those two shows in. So she had the 1952. She has her two solo shows. And then, so 1954. So she's 25 now. She's 25 years old here. 25 years old at this point. 1954, she finally gets, it's her third show, but it's the first in a city that actually matters. All her other shows before had just been local, you know, local gallery stuff. This is her first show that really matters in Tokyo. So, she puts about like 80 pieces in this one, which is still a lot, honestly, for a solo show. It's not the 280 she had before, but but she does have 80 pieces in the show that she puts. Hey, there she is! My arms are bugging out. Agu! Welcome back to 7 months. Thank you so much. Hope I'm not putting you guys to sleep here with the lecture, but I'm having a lot of fun explaining. And it's kind of boring right now, you guys. We're about to get into the wild stuff. We're about to get into the naked people and the drugs and the leather, and just a little bit. Okay, we just have to set the stage. We gotta set the stage. So, you know, right now Yayoi Kusama is, you know, she's a pretty, at this point, she's still like kind of a, you know, she's still kind of a good girl. She's pretty wild, but she's, you know, pursuing her dreams, right? And so she has her first show in Tokyo, and this show here, why are my hands bugging now? This show here is what starts getting her on the map. She even gets a magazine cover in Tokyo because of this show. This is where people finally start like the media starts like paying attention to her a little bit, not that much, a little bit. And she does another solo show in Tokyo. That's another like 80 works. But these were still only like, these weren't gallery shows yet. She wasn't in a museum or anything like that yet. These were still, you know, at like department stores, because in Japan department stores are really big, and sometimes they like, I've gone to museum exhibits at department stores. They have like entire areas that they can just make whatever. So she, you know, at this point she's only had like, you know, her shows at like bookstores and smaller places. So in 1955, so she's 26 now. Hey guys, there's a lot of numbers around this part. I gotta look at my notes. 1955. She contributes, I believe, 3 pieces to a international watercolor exhibit for the New York Brooklyn Museum. And let me see if I can find one of those watercolors. I'd love to find one of them and show them to you guys. This is around 1955. Yayoi. Oh, here's one. Ooh, she's already starting to do some of her dot stuff here. So here is a piece from 1955. So from around this time, she's starting to do stuff like this, where it's you notice how the dots kind of just feel like they're pulsating, right? Like this one hurts your eyes. Let me hurt your eyes more because you gotta see this one up close. This is 31 by 29 centimeters. You can buy this actually for $750,000. You can buy it online. It's in a gallery in London. It's up for sale. So, you know, if you're interested, if you got money. What else do they have by her, actually? I'm intrigued. Oh shit, they have a lot of her stuff. Dude, they have a bunch of her stuff. Oh my god, I know what my goal in life is. One day, you guys, one day. Oh yeah, here's another watercolor she did around the time. Oops. Here is a watercolor from 1954. This one's on sale for $525,000. You know, some very pretty ink work along with some watercolor stuff here. She has a lot of this one's 9 by 7 inches. So this one's like a pretty normal piece of paper, kind of like slightly small piece of paper size. Very pretty. Very pretty. And another one from around that time. Guys, she's got so much fucking art. It's kind of hard to keep track of it sometimes. There's so much Yayoi Kusama art. She's made so much. Trying to find another like piece from around that area. Oh, actually here. Infinity Nets is a very famous piece of hers. This is another piece very much inspired by hallucinations. Keep in mind, these are all still very much inspired by all her hallucinations. Like she's still very mentally ill, even if she's just painting nonstop. This one is 45 by 52 centimeters, about 17 by 20 inches. So it's pretty big. You know, it's a pretty big piece, and it's a screen print actually. Actually, well, it might not always be a screen print, but... But this is really cool. This is Infinity Nets, and that's a... It's around this point that she starts kind of grabbing onto this, like, theme of infinity. And up until this point in art, you know, a lot of artists have been trying to capture, you know, the concept of infinity, right? Wait. So, where was I? So yeah, she contributes some of those pieces, some of those watercolor pieces, to the New York Brooklyn Museum, and then, that same month, she manages to get her first gallery show, hosted by another painter friend of hers. And at this point, it's where she starts getting lots of good attention from all the other Japanese painters. It's at this point where she starts kind of getting like in with the crew, right? She was friends with a painter. He hooked her up with her very first gallery show here. And she starts getting tons of positive attention. Her work starts really kind of taking off and getting noticed by the people around her. And she's 26 at this point, right? So, she publishes an essay that she calls her New Artist Statement. I do want to read a little bit of it for you guys. So, she says, I sing within one part of the living shadow covering the earth, within one constant manifestation of its whole. Just as concealment reveals everything, or as the little hole in the peach reveals the existence of the worm, so by a similar method, I want to lay bare the mystery. I want to live hidden in the world that lies midway between mystery and symbol. So that's one of her excerpts from her essay, New Artist Statement. And basically, it was just a whole essay where she was like super critical about all the stuff in Japan and all the stuff she hated about Japan. And it was basically like a big essay being like, I'm a super cool artist and Japan sucks. So, and this is also another cool thing that was in that essay. So another excerpt says, I intend to keep on working until the devil backs down. Why? Because the devil is the enemy of art, and even more so its ally. In other words, the devil can live on only in the midst of freedom. He soon flees anything settled or predetermined. Make it that way, will. So, so at this point, I don't know if you guys remember in early on, she in 1952, like early in January, she contributes those watercolor pieces, right, to that New York exhibit. So those pieces are a huge hit. They are an enormous hit. And so she scores her first international show. Like, she scores her first show outside of Japan. And so she's about to turn like 27. So this is fucking huge for her. She gets offered a spot. She gets offered a show at a Seattle gallery. And so in around November 15th of 1955, she, I believe, finds at a used bookshop, a book of Georgia O'Keeffe's paintings. For those of you that don't know who Georgia O'Keeffe is, she's an American painter. She's considered she's another insanely interesting person on her own. Her story is also insanely interesting, and honestly, I could do another stream just like this on Georgia O'Keeffe. But basically, she's kind of like this very tall, or she was this tall, solemn lady that painted these gorgeous flowers in this very unique way that was, she was born in the late 1800s, and she was painting these flowers in this very unique way, and these beautiful landscapes, right? Let me show you guys one of Georgia O'Keeffe's paintings really quick, just so you get kind of like a taste. And another taste of Georgia O'Keeffe is she became a famous painter, right? And then her husband died, and she decided, you know what? I'm going to fuck off to the middle of nowhere, New Mexico, have a ranch all by myself, away from everybody, and just do my thing. And so she did. And so she fucking did, you guys. And so she did. She absolutely fucked off to the middle of nowhere, New Mexico, with no family, nobody, just like a ranch. And she just lived there and painted. And yeah, honestly, it's a dream. So here's Georgia O'Keeffe. She died in the 1980s, I believe. But this is Georgia O'Keeffe being a beautiful woman in the middle of nowhere, New Mexico. And Georgia O'Keeffe is a whole nother interesting person, right? So Yayoi Kusama finds a book on her at this bookshop, and she becomes like super like impressed and in love with Georgia O'Keeffe's work. Oh yeah, here's another flower. Here's another one of Georgia O'Keeffe's flowers. And like, keep in mind, you know, this was like, she was painting this stuff like very, very early, like 1900s, very late 1800s, right? So so she gets really obsessed with her, and not really, obsessed isn't really the right word, but she just kind of like becomes convinced that, well, you know, if, you know, she kind of like, she thinks like, well, Georgia O'Keeffe is what I would love to be one day, kind of thing. And I'm gonna contact her, you know, in the same way that she just like straight up like contacted some like French government official. You know, she just like went to she explains that she takes a 6-hour train to Shinjuku, to the American embassy, where they have a list of who's who. I didn't know about this until recently, but it's a list of who's who, and so she's able to find Georgia O'Keeffe's contact information there to be able to send her a letter. And so she sends Georgia O'Keeffe just basically like fan mail, a letter along with 14 of her watercolors. Let me see if I can find, there are copies of the letter around. Wait, do I have, maybe they're in one of my books actually. Hold on, you guys.
See the sisters beating.
Maybe not. Hold on, you guys. I really would like to read the letter to you guys, because it's a letter that really, like, it's a really important thing to Yayoi Kusama's history. Hold on, where is it at? I know somebody's got to have it somewhere. Well, I can't find a copy of the letter, and I've only seen it in person once at a museum exhibit. But so basically, it's just like this letter, like typewriter letter, where Yayoi Kusama sends 14 of her watercolor pieces, like 14 of her watercolor drawings, and just straight up, it's like, hey Georgia O'Keeffe, I'm a huge fan. You know, I'm an artist here in Japan, but I would like to, you know, I would like to go to America and, you know, make it big as a painter what should I do? You know, she's like, well, you are very successful. So what should I do? Like, what do you think is my advice, or what advice do you have for me, like a young painter? And to, you know, basically, Georgia O'Keeffe was already like an unreachable kind of like artist at this point. Like, you know, she was already like in museums all over the world, already one of the top painters, you know, of all time kind of thing. And, you know, Yayoi Kusama knew that it was kind of stupid. You know, she mentions in her autobiography that she was like basically telling herself like, are you fucking mad? Like, she's not gonna reply. Like, why are you sending these? So a month later, Georgia O'Keeffe replies. Georgia O'Keeffe sends a letter back. I do have, I believe, a copy of that, or like a version of that. Oh, wait, I did find an excerpt for her letter. So one of the excerpts from the letter that Yayoi Kusama sent to Georgia O'Keeffe is, I'm a Japanese sumo painter, and I've been working on painting for 13 years and 13 years old. So I feel I am very far away from where you are, and only on the first step of long, difficult life of painter. I should like to ask you, would kindly show me the way to approach this life. And so Georgia O'Keeffe replies, yeah, like basically Yayoi Kusama is like, she wants something, she just does it. She just does it. Like no impulse like control, she just does it. So Georgia O'Keeffe replies basically exactly a month later. You know, she gets a letter and it says, in this country, the artist has a hard time making a living. I wonder if it's that way too in Japan. I'm very interested in the art of your country and sometimes think of going there, but it is very far away. It has been pleasant to hear from you. And then also just kind of tells her, so let me catch up here with my notes here. So, you know, basically on the other side of the pond, you know, on the US, Georgia O'Keeffe is actually pretty impressed with these watercolors. She shows it to some, you know, very high standing art dealers that she knows. And, you know, the painters at the time, basically the hot thing at the time was action painting. And action painting is like where rather than taking a brush to a canvas, you just kind of fucking splash the paint on the canvas. You know, action painting was all about that. So anytime that you go to like a modern art museum and you see those paintings where it just looks like they just grabbed shit and threw it at the canvas, that's action painting. So she, you know, at the time that was all the rage in the US and in the art world. So these art dealers saw Yayoi stuff and they're like, yeah, that's nice, but no thanks. Although one of them did buy one piece. Unfortunately, the rest, and Yayoi Kusama would never know this until way in the future, or until like later on, the rest of these drawings got lost at sea when the ship that they were being mailed on sank. So they, you know, they got lost forever. So at that point, you know, at that point, it's 1956. She is like what, like 27-ish, right? And she's about to turn 27, and this is where she finally, like, so the agreements for that show in Seattle that she had gotten the hookup for, they finally start settling. You know, the agreements start going through, everything starts getting put in motion, and so that's when Yayoi Kusama decides, all right, it's happening. I'm doing it. I'm going to the US. And so it is here that she takes an axe to around 2,000 of her own works and paintings, cuts them all up, and then burns them all in a huge bonfire behind her house. So in her words, basically she took almost everything that she had made to that point, except for like a couple things that survived, and she just completely just decided to just destroy them all. And so it was mostly a symbolic thing. It was mostly her being kind of like, like a symbolic edgy artist girl. And she was like, oh, I'm determined to make better works in New York and better works in the US once I finally get there. But also, she didn't want her mom to have access to them. Because she knew that if her mom had access to these paintings and all these works without her being there, her mom was just gonna give them away, her mom was just gonna rip them up, just do whatever the fuck. So she didn't want her mom to have any access whatsoever to her works, to the point that she decided, I'd rather burn them. I'd rather just fucking burn them. So that's why she burns, around 2,000 of her pieces. Most of her early work is lost in that, except for, some of the stuff that I showed you guys. There's not that much of her early work. There's a couple of, like, pencil drawings and things like that. But as far as, like, her very early work, it's, she got rid of it. She decided to just say, fuck no, not leaving this stuff behind. So basically, to put that into context with how much her work sells for nowadays, it was as if she grabbed, like, probably honestly, at this point, millions and millions and millions and millions and millions of dollars up in fire. Up in fire. And to her, she was like, let it burn. Let it fucking burn. And so it did. And so it did. So during this time, she sends a couple more letters to Georgia O'Keeffe. And so she sends her a letter right before leaving Japan, asking Georgia O'Keeffe for help. And so she writes, I hope with all my heart that I will be able to show my paintings to dealers in New York. I am well aware that this is hardly possible for such an unexperienced painter like me to have a chance to show the works. I know also that I am very optimistic in this regard, that I seek such a chance. I have been aiming for some years that my paintings be criticized at New York. But to my regret, I know nothing about the art world in New York, and if I am to realize that without seeking somebody's kind advice and help, I will never be able to reach New York. You may be very embarrassed to hear my too frank words, but I respect you the most. It's really cute. Like, just straight up some fan art. Yayoi Kusama being like, you're the coolest, what do I do? It's really cute. So, it takes her a little bit, but Georgia O'Keeffe does reply again. And so, of course, in like Georgia O'Keeffe's very gentle grandma tone, because Georgia O'Keeffe's probably in her 60s or 70s at this point, right? She's old already. So she's, Georgia O'Keeffe says, you seem to be having a hard time getting here. If you do get here, I hope it will seem to be worth your trouble. When you get to New York and take pictures under your... Oh, no, she says, when you get to New York, take your pictures under your arm and show them to anyone you think may be interested. You will just have to find your way as best as you can. And then she says, it seems to me very odd that you are so ambitious to show your paintings here, but I wish the best for you. And Georgia O'Keeffe says that because, personally, I think Georgia O'Keeffe was probably tired of American art culture. She was probably like, so done with this place, fuck this place, why would you want to show your art here? But okay. But, Yayoi Kusama was, she wanted to go to the land of the free baby. Yeah. Land of root beers, hamburgers and root beers. And so she, she took that advice, basically. So, during all this time, she is still dealing with a bunch of mental illness and other health issues, not just mental illness. You know, she's a ball of pain and problems and issues, and you know, she's already like hurting all over the place. So you know, she's dealing with hallucinations, she has asthma, and then she gets arrhythmia and tachycardia. Arrhythmia is irregular heartbeat. And then tachycardia is when your heart beats really fast, even though you're not doing anything. Like, you know, you could just be sitting in your chair and then your heart will start beating like if you were running a marathon kind of thing. So she was already dealing with this stuff. And she was also like, she was getting so in her head about having all these illnesses and like so kind of like, what do they call it? Like a mitochondriac or something like that? No, hypochondriac! Mitochondriac! Hypochondriac, sorry. But so she starts like freaking herself out a bunch that she has all these like, you know, diseases and that she's gonna die and that she's like all got all this stuff. And so that on top of everything that she does actually have makes everything even worse. She starts getting very heavy suicidal ideation around this point. This is probably like one of the very low points of her mental health at this point, and she starts developing very heavy suicidal ideation, and she starts experiencing depersonalization a lot. And depersonalization is it's a little hard to explain, but it's kind of like the feeling that you're not there. It's kind of the feeling that you are not, like, your brain just kind of like tunes out and disconnects, and you just kind of are like a little blip, and you know, you just kind of like, you know, blend into the world within you. It's kind of like a weird, like, it's like a weird thing that happens a lot during panic attacks. When I've had them, it kind of feels like I'm watching myself through a TV. Kinda, it's strange. It's strange. Their depersonalization is a it's a pretty regular part of anxiety disorders and depression, panic attacks, PTSD, and things like that. But Yayoi Kusama had it pretty bad. Like, hers weren't just, you know, just a little bit. Hers were, you know, really, really bad. So she did write quite a couple poems. Ego Death, I guess Ego Death would kind of be the closest thing, where you just like, for however long it lasts, right? For however long these attacks last, like you just kind of stop existing in a way. Like, you are just kind of like a prisoner to everything around you. It's really hard to explain, you guys. But she did write some poems about the things she was struggling with. So I'd like to show those to you guys. Or I'd like to read those to you guys at least. So this is hold on. Let me get the canvas up. So this is a poem called The Goblins, Arrhythmia, and Tachycardia. Arrhythmia and tachycardia. So she's already got a bunch of heart issues, right? And they're messing with her. And they're driving her crazy. So she writes this poem. Arrhythmia, eerie waves suddenly, throwing the blood of the whole body out of whack. I always hear muffled hell's hideous groans. What sound is that? Always the same voice, battling arrhythmia. Grappling, pushed over the precipice, making the blood flow backwards. Hot tachycardia, all but erupts through my crown. In the midst of it, the shock of anxiety, My heart dropping upside down into the orderly sea of delusion. Hallucinations of blood, drowning. Arrhythmia doesn't play fair. Tachycardia is a sea of fire. How many years of days, from childhood on, have you two assaulted me? I need to know what made you goblins ruin the days of my life so carelessly. If I had known before I was born it was this sort of chess game, why would I ever have accepted birth? I'd like to give it all back. Push it all right back into the womb. Hatred, all you torments waiting on the long road ahead. The birth I had no choice in. The adults must have slipped up in sex. I, an uninvited guest in this world, have no wisdom to offer. Nothing splendid like that. For me, it's just a nuisance. Having been born. Dead and departed, Father. I want you to take this anxiety of the blood with you to the underworld. Goblins, I don't want to climb the steep road of life that lies ahead bearing this bottomless anxiety. In the blood, the unnerving fear after the rush of hallucination. Try as you might to heal this with care and love, the vast, disorienting ocean reaches to the depths of beyond. I don't know how to swim to the far shore and live. Yeah, she's miserable, you guys. She hates it. She's miserable, she's suicidal, she is dealing with some extreme mental illness. They get really heavy. I do have a couple more. I'd like to read Prisoner as well to you guys. The full title is Prisoner Surrounded by the Curtain of Depersonalization. This one talks about her depersonalization attacks. I would like to read this one, and then I have another one as well. And these are all pretty heavy, so just, just I guess I don't know, like a warning, content warning. These get pretty heavy, because she's really putting her just kind of like her suffering into this, right? So this one is titled The Prisoner Surrounded by the Curtain of Depersonalization. I won't chase it far. Let the retreating scenery, let it go. Let it disintegrate. Open the striped curtain, melancholy outing, chest hair torn out. Pour red earth goose flesh, clutch it in one hand. Rub it against the wounded hole. Night falls, part the dusk. Slip back inside the curtain. Desolation flutters and scatters across the sky. My disoriented heart inside and outside the curtain. Anxiety, with rough hands, strips away skin. Heavy like a drop curtain, painful like chest hair. Shadows, white, into the dark, bird balloon buoyant. Tracks of tears, entwine, forlornly, dampening crevices in tender skin. If you shake off today and stand depersonalized, they come back. Last year's footprints, the way it felt, pain itself tossed to the skies. I grow wild wings. I want to return to the earth. Hometown bathed in light. I want to return to the earth. Open the shape called love. I want to return to the earth. Escape the curtain's prisons. I want to return to the earth. Don't hurt your chest hair, boys. I want to return to the earth. Turn your ruined tomb into the orphan sky of anger. Looking for what? When looking up, calling to one corner of empty space. Why? 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 Tomorrow, sitting on the terrace, recedes in the distance. Evening, walking down the road, trees float on the earth. Stop a moment, and the town recoils. Be gone, go fall apart, get broken. Fish and unhinged, wary of the sudden visitation, seizing the body on Kagurasaka Hill. Emptiness, pouncing, the powerful arresting hand receding in the distance. The noise of the crowd going away, tangible on all sides. The weight, fearing clairvoyance. The blind spot, distorted, losing it, the texture of the horizon, milky white and ash gray and black blue of the sky, dripping soot, the world shaken. Moments in the earth's crust, mountain slopes collapse, covering up the city of foolish illusion. Great nature's dirt falls on my angry hair. mountain stream swollen, white heat of red begonias, the sun on fields disappearing, deep primula crimson. If you fall in the mountain stream, dried twigs of ice plant, knees scrape on boulder's edge and shiver of spiderwort. If you reach your hometown, decayed thorns of the rose, balsam, zinnia, Chinese aster, tears, grind them to powder, burn on a rock. I stir the ashes of fragile flowers, and then again, the recurring ashes of fragile flowers, the recurring depersonalization, forgetfully leaving myself inside. Evening falls, in solitude, scary stuff. Endless, limited life, sea of bitterness. Debris dust, whisked away fluttering. I have managed to use up most of a lifetime. Weariness of flesh and blood, fading, turning the hair to withered gray, more fragile than burned flowers' ashes, wrapped in milky whiteness inside the gray curtain. Now, all things in creation. I don't know what my arms are doing, sorry. Now, all things in creation flee, drawn to individual, gravity so strong, calling out from the world of the dead. If you stand in the silent connection, the disappearing body rustles heaven's curtains, and parts of it, so simple. Nothing to it, it just crumbles and disperses. The sky, blue tomorrow too, and soft. After the nothingness when I'm gone, after tens of billions of light years, it will still be there. That's one poem. That's the end of that poem. Sorry for my arms bugging out there. That was pretty heavy too, huh? I hope my reading of it did it somewhat justice. These are written very... Were these poems originally written in English or Japanese? They're originally written in Japanese. Although Yayoi Kusama does speak English. Although she's probably forgotten most of it by now. But these were normally written in Japanese, which is why, you know, some of the words like kind of actually, you know, now that I think about it, I'm not sure, but I'm pretty sure that most of these are originally in Japanese. Although she did do a lot of stuff. The only reason I think these were mostly done in Japanese is because I believe some of these poems were written in her older age. And she mostly spoke Japanese, or she mostly speaks Japanese. I keep forgetting she's still alive. Keep forgetting she's still kicking. She mentions that as she got older, she kind of liked using Japanese better for poetry. She liked that it was able to kind of like bring out a side of her that English just didn't have. And I get that. I get that. For example, like Spanish. Like, I don't know, Spanish is like, trying to be romantic in Spanish sounds so much nicer than in English. Like, you can get really poetic and beautiful in Spanish, and in English it's... I feel like in English sometimes it's just not the same, right? So, I have one more poem I want to read to you guys, and then we'll be taking a little bit of a break, because I have to pee. And it's been 2 hours. So I want to read to you guys a poem called Sorrow. This one's a lot shorter. This one's only, it's a pretty short one. So this one is titled Sorrow Like This. Hold on. Ah! Let me get my microphone a little closer here. Sorrow like this. So downhearted, not even autumn leaves in the Shinano sun can console me. How long has my heart grieved? Thinking back, it must have started at birth. What was I in a previous life? This morning, dark-hearted, I thought of hanging myself. This evening, of throwing myself in front of a train. I saw the tracks floating through the fields. Black in the dusk, I walked upon them, back and forth. No love, empty life. No hope, thinking only of extinction. Racking my brains, searching for a place to die. So tired, like a beggar. Bent over the gutter, vomiting, hair white and frayed, back hunched. Desperately turning a blind eye to the approaching shadow. Come, death, if you're coming. Let me embark for the universe. Hey, Stalker! was Sorrow Like This by Yayoi Kusama. It's one of her poems written to really just, it really is, it's, they're, reading them, you kind of feel that hole in your heart, her feelings definitely come through, and it's heavy, the words are heavy with pain. They're sad, but she keeps going. She keeps going. She's still alive. So I hate to leave you guys with something so dark. But before we go on to the next Yayoi Kusama arc, which is the best one, you guys. The best stuff is coming up. Yeah, Come Death If You're Coming is somewhere between insanely cool and sad, isn't it? It's like she's so miserable and fed up with life that she's like, you know what, just fucking take me. Like, just do it. And I mean, it's rough. So let's take a quick break, and then when I come back, we will be discussing basically 1957 is the year where we're at right now on the Yayoi Kusama timeline, and that's the year she moves to the US. So this is when stuff starts getting really exciting. This is when stuff starts getting wild. This is officially 1957 is officially when Yayoi Kusama kind of starts living out her true dream, and really like starting to set the road for the things that would make her famous for the rest of her life. So yeah, let's go ahead and take a break. I really have to pee, you guys, and I need a quick snack real quick. So I'll be back in about 10 minutes. Everybody, please enjoy some commercials. Try not to think too much about the sad poems, Yayoi Kusama is a person that has struggled a lot. But you will see that, you will see that, her story is really one of grit. It's really one of determination and grit and just, So, I'll be right back, everybody. Have a nice break. I gotta go pee.
18金と
バセリンローションはクリームのような働きでお肌しっとりスーッと馴染んで自然な感じを残します。手生き生きとバセリンローション。
カルシウムたっぷり、乳酸菌が生きている口フル。お母さんの意見で作りました。チーズデザート口フル新誕生。
生乳100もよろしくね。吐息の水分が唇にネット状のベールを作る。
Hey everyone. Back. I am back. I'm back. I'm like in the corner though. I'm like way in the corner. Thank you, everybody. Thank you. I had a nice little break, and I made myself some coffee. Feeling pretty good about it. Feeling pretty good. My headphones are breaking though, you guys. I'm gonna have to get new headphones really soon. It's the only pair I have. But welcome back, everybody, to our it's kind of like a lecture. Is it a lecture? Is it me just nerding out for several hours? I don't know. But I'm teaching you all about the life and times of Yayoi Kusama. And so it's at this point in her life, right, where so up until this point, basically, yeah, okay, she's had some weird times, but her life is still pretty like okay. You know, she's had a rough life, but you know, okay, what's next? So, wait. Oops. So. So in so she leaves. Hold on, where's my here? She leaves Japan in November, basically November. What is it? November 11th of 1957, and the mayor of the city actually holds a farewell party for her, and there's actually a little crowd that says goodbye to her as she goes on her station to the airport. Now, keep in mind, this is 1957, right? You know, airports aren't what they are today. International flight especially, is not what it is, or was not at the time what it is today. So Yayoi Kusama, like, she mentions that the flight was pretty fucking bumpy. It was a pretty bumpy flight on a pretty like little plane, full of mostly like GIs and like I think like a couple or something. Basically it was mostly just like she kind of managed to get herself on just like whatever plane was available to the US, right? And so you might think, you know, how the fuck that this girl that you know, that was just like 26, 27, right? Like, you know, it's not like she was that rich or anything like that, and it's not like her parents gave her money. It took a lot of convincing, apparently. Took about 8 years of convincing for her mom to finally like say yes somehow. So something that I always thought was really interesting is, so she mentions that during this time it was not allowed to, you weren't allowed to transfer money from the US to Japan, basically. It was illegal. But she goes and like basically trades how much was it? I think 1 million yen into dollars, which nowadays in 2021 money that is about $55,000 based on the inflation calculator I use. So it's about $55,000, which doesn't seem like, you know, like it, I mean, it is a lot to just like, you know, bring over with you. It's a lot of money, but she mentions that back in the time, and especially where she lived, this was enough to buy you a couple houses, you know, during her time. So she illegally changes over all this money, I believe, by going over to like an American embassy. And American embassies, for example, even if there's an American embassy in Japan, I believe as long as you are inside the embassy, you are in American rules. Like it's American law. You know, I believe it's the same with all the other embassies, right? I think. But so she manages to do that, and it's not like she's got, you know, it's not like she's got like, you know, fucking you know, credit card or, you know, online bank account or anything. So she sews the bills into her dress. She sews the bills, like the actual money, she sews it into her clothes, stuffs them into the shows of her shoes, or into the tips of her shoes rather, and smuggles about $55,000 out of the country with her. Because she couldn't take more. And keep in mind, you know, Yayoi Kusama was from a wealthy family, so, you know, it's not like she had to start from zero, but you know, she had to, like, you know, take all these, like, ways to basically like go to the US but her way. And so she also takes with her about 60 silk kimonos, like 60 beautiful silk kimono, which she was planning to sell, and about like $2,000. Oh no, not $2,000. About like 2,000 drawings of hers, to kind of get her started. So, well, she takes 60 silk kimono. I mean, because she was, she was from that kind of family, right? There was a lot of that kind of stuff. So she figured, well, I can't take more money out of the country other than what she was already smuggling in her clothes. So she instead takes, 60 silk kimono, which sell for a very, 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 very pretty penny in the United States. Still, even back then and still, a good silk kimono has always been, like you can sell it for like thousands of dollars kind of thing. And yeah, about 2,000 of her drawings. She brings them abroad with her to where she lands in Seattle. So she arrives in Seattle on November 18th. So she was in the air for about a week, probably, or at least like on her way to the US for about a week. And nowadays it's just like one flight, right? Like nowadays, depending where you're coming from, it would probably be like one flight, maybe two or something at most. But it's crazy to think about the trip that she had taken. She doesn't really mention too much the journey there otherwise. I wonder if she just spent the entire time like just doodling in her book. So she arrives November 18th. December, she has her first show in Seattle, her very first international show. This is the very first time she's ever shown her art anywhere outside of Japan. Aside from that like New York exhibit that she submitted pieces in, but this was her show. And it's a huge hit. It is hugely successful. But she still wanted to go to New York. She was convinced that New York was the place to be. She was like, I have to be in New York. New York is where the cool people are. So I'm going to New York. And she basically moved straight to New York, like probably only a couple months later. Like, so she didn't even really live in Seattle at all. So she moves to New York and she rents out like little tiny spaces to live in. But then this is right around the time where, this is 1957, the Vietnam War starts screwing the economy, like in New York, bad. Like the economy gets absolutely destroyed. She is not able to hold on to any of her money because the price of food goes up, the price of everything goes up. She blows through her money just like, doing her thing. And so she then starts living in just extreme squalor and poverty for a while, where she still managed to like have a little like room, but she had no bed, had no mattress, and instead would sleep on a door with a blanket on it. And that was all she needed. The rest of it was just space for art. That is all she needed. And she didn't eat. She mentions that usually she would eat every other day, maybe other like, yeah, it was usually like every other day that she would get to eat. And dinner was usually like, either like stuff that was like through dumpster diving that she found in New York dumpsters, or like a handful of walnuts that she would get from a friend or something like that. She was absolutely struggling. So then she also mentions that it was this tiny, tiny city studio where the steam heating in the building gets shut off at 6 p.m. So I've never gone to New York, but if any of you have ever gone to New York, I know that it is pretty up north, and it gets really cold. Like, that's the kind of place where it snows, right? Like, New York tends to get, like, snow sometimes. Like, it gets really cold. So she was in this little tiny studio in the city with no heating, sleeping on a door with a blanket, yeah. And it of course made her neurosis, like, and her mental illness at some of the, like it really, really got bad. And I believe it might have been around this point where she even I think like jumps off a window but lands on a bike and so doesn't die. But somehow also around this time, even though she's living and she's really, really, really broke, like she has no money, her motivation to make it is kind of like at an all-time high. Like, she kind of starts feeling like, you know, fuck this world, fuck this earth, I'm going to take it, it's gonna be mine, you know, I am going to, you know, take over the world with polka dots, I am going to change the world. Like, you know, she starts, like, you know, thinking like, I am going to make art, and I am going to make more and more and more and more art, you know, like, you know, all these shitty situations can't keep me down. And so she kind of, like, out of spite, basically, for everything in her environment, in all her situations, just works harder and harder, and just, like, to the point that, like, people would worry about her, people would, like, you know, she wouldn't, you know, like, people would, like, seriously be concerned for her because all she would do day and night is, you know, she would skip meals, she would skip sleeping, she would just be there in her empty ass room painting. Just fucking painting nonstop, even when she was super broke and not able to make any money with any of her paintings or anything like that. And then at the same time, she was kind of dealing with, hold on, I'm trying to make sure I don't get ahead of myself. Okay, I'm getting ahead of myself, actually. A little part. So at this point, actually, thankfully, Georgia O'Keeffe visits New York and visits Yayoi Kusama for the very first time they get to meet. And, you know, Georgia O'Keeffe, being a kind, wonderful grandma, offers, you know, she offers her a bunch of help. She even, like, offers her a place at her, like, ranch in the middle of nowhere, New Mexico. And she helps her out by, like, really kind of, like shilling, to say the least. Like, really, really, like, promoting all of Yayoi Kusama's paintings to all of the art dealers that she knew. And so she's able to get Yayoi Kusama out of poverty that way. But the mental illness and then the hallucinations, they start coming back super strong. She starts becoming hyperfixated on just non-stop painting. Just, you know, just non-stop painting, nothing else in her life, just painting non-stop, even more. And she starts just having, like, kind of just like non-stop panic attacks as she's working on these things. You know, anytime that she steps away from the painting, you know, everything is just kind of falling apart and hallucinations for her. She starts going to the ER for these, enough to the point that the hospital tells her, we can't see you anymore. Like, you need to go to a mental hospital. You know, you are beyond anything we can do. We don't have anything here for you. You need to go somewhere else. You know, to that, she gets to that point where the doctors and everything were tired of seeing her, and they're like, no, you know, you need to go to somewhere else that can help you, because we can't. Of course, Yayoi Kusama is like, no, fuck you. And so instead, instead she keeps, she keeps trucking on. She keeps trucking on and trying to stand out in a sea that only likes action painting. And like I mentioned, action painting is really just it's just fucking taking the paint and throwing it on the canvas. Like, you don't use a brush, you just throw that shit. It's it's when you think of like abstract art and it's just a bunch of like paint splatters, it's that kind of stuff. That's action painting, right? And New York was going absolutely wild, during this time in the 50s. They were, they thought action painting was the absolute super hot new shit on the block. They couldn't get enough of it. And, Manhattan has always been kind of like the capital of modern art. It's always usually where all the modern artists kind of lived and like hung out and stuff like that. Huh. Super soaker, right? Yeah, basically. In action art in its own was kind of came to be just because people were tired of like, hyper realistic and like, fancy, pretty, art of people and stuff like that, and all the usual art stuff. Instead, they're like, fuck it, let's just super soaker this canvas. So she says, my paintings were the polar opposite in terms of intention, but I believe that producing the unique art that came within myself was the most important thing I could do to build my life as an artist. So basically, she knew that she was making the complete opposite of what everybody wanted to see, but she kept going. She was like, you know what? She knew. She was like, I know that this is my path. I'm gonna keep taking it. I'm going to keep taking it even if it's the complete opposite of what everybody else is doing. And she held on to that. There's a story of hers that I really, really like. And I think about this story so much, you guys. Oops. I think about this story so much. Let me bring it up. This whole time, basically, Yayoi Kusama, she's like, fuck you guys, I'm in New York, I'm gonna make my dreams come true, whether you like it or not. And yeah, she was an absolute punk, absolutely. So there's this excerpt here from her autobiography that I really like, where she says, "One day, I carried a canvas taller than myself 40 blocks through the streets of Manhattan. In order to submit it for consideration, the Whitney Annual..." Let me reread that again. "One day, I carried a canvas taller than myself 40 blocks through the streets of Manhattan in order to submit it for consideration for the Whitney Annual. The Whitney is a cutting-edge place now, but in those days it was hopelessly conservative, and even as I lugged my painting along, I was telling myself that there was no chance the director of that museum would understand my work. As expected, my painting was not selected, and I had to carry it 40 blocks back again. The wind was blowing hard that day, and more than once it seemed as if the canvas would sail up into the air and take me with it. When I got home, I was so exhausted I slept like the dead for 2 days." Keep in mind, Yayoi Kusama's tiny. She's a tiny little, like, Japanese lady. I'm okay. tiny little Japanese lady. But yeah, she was just, she did exactly as Georgia O'Keeffe told her. She took her painting, she showed it, and they told her no. I'm like, okay. So, it is then where the very faded first solo New York exhibit. Basically, her dream. This was her dream up until this point. Like, her absolute goal up until this point was to have her first solo New York exhibit. This is in 1959. I forgot how old she is by now, but she's probably like she's gotta be in her 30s at this point, right? Go Squirts, welcome! So she's gonna be like in her 30s. Around there. No. She's about to hit 30. Yeah, she's about to hit 30. She manages to have her first solo New York exhibit, which is her absolute dream. And it's called Obsessional Monochrome. It's called Obsessional Monochrome. Let me hold on, let me take Yayoi here to the side. Hold on. She's kinda blocking some of it. I'm gonna put her next to me right here. I'm gonna put her right next to me. Waves on the Hudson River. Yeah, nice. Is there any story behind getting that art show? I think if I remember right, actually no, yeah, I do remember now. So she like kept basically applying to all these like, you know, super high places, right? To like super like kind of like high standing galleries and stuff like that, and they didn't want anything to do with her at the time yet. So instead, you know, she's starting to make friends with the art scene in New York, right? And she has a friend that has a gallery with another friend. And so this friend is like, you know what? Let me hold your work in my gallery. This gallery had birthed some of like the great. Basically, this gallery, it's a little gallery, apparently on 10th Street in Manhattan. And it wasn't a fancy gallery or anything like that. It's like, you know, it's like a little. She's chilling at her studio with her, as you can see, gajillion canvases around her. Gajillion canvases around her. She's probably watching Cristiano Ronaldo. I don't know about that, but so she's hanging out there, you know, covered in paint, being cool, you know, not even looking at the camera because she's too cool for that. And she makes, for example, pieces. Oh yeah, I forget to mention, this is only five pieces, right? She only does 5 pieces for this gallery. Let me just see if I can. And where's that photo of her working on it? Yeah, see, you can see her working on it, and you can see how, you know, the background, she starts on black and then she goes over with the white, and then that makes something like this, something that ends up like this, you know, 3 pieces like this, where it's just like a huge net that you just get lost in. It's just like this infinity that you can just let yourself get just kind of lost in it. Right? You're gorgeous, you guys. So, I'm glad you guys are having fun. So there is actually an excerpt, I believe, about this show. So okay, so here's her whole point with these paintings. So the show consisted of several white on black infinity net paintings that ignored composition and had no centers. Their monotony produced by the repetitive patterns bewildered the viewer, while their hypnotic serenity drew the spirit into a vertigo of nothingness. And so then she says, my desire was to predict and measure the infinity of the unbounded universe from my own position in it with dots, an accumulation of particles forming the negative spaces in the net. How deep was the mystery? Did infinite infinities exist beyond our universe? In exploring these questions, I wanted to examine the single dot that was my own life. One polka dot, a single particle among billions, rather. So she was, you know, she was really, really solidifying in this point into that whole like polka dot everything, you know, obsessive infinity repeating, you know, everything was kind of just, you know, repeating for infinity forever, you know, into the balance of the universe kind of thing. So it's here. It is here. This is where she blows up. This is where she blows up. This is where basically this little gallery was like, it ended up being like shoulder to shoulder packed with people. Because this is 1959, you know. Women in the US, you know, a female painter? What? A female Japanese painter? What? You know, so the gallery was packed. It was packed, you know, wall to wall, shoulder to shoulder, you know. People were like, you know, like super like, you know, all like tight spaced in. And it's here where she blows up. Art critics go wild. They go absolutely wild for her work. And she starts getting nationwide and international attention at this point. Like she starts, you know, she really makes her name. Kind of like she starts making her name in her path, like in history, kind of right here in this spot in 1959. She, you know, she gets, you know, she starts getting like, you know, magazine stuff and like covers, and even other famous painters start promoting her. Like people like Andy Warhol, who she always mentions was her rival. Like people like that, you know, people in her circles, all famous painters around her, were starting to like promote her and, you know, spread her name around. She was starting to become a name really up there with some of the greats already. You know, she was already kind of starting to mingle with the legendaries. And And oh my god, and she's just getting fucking started too. She's just fucking getting started. Now keep in mind, a lot of these painters, you know, this is 1959. A lot of these painters were also still starting to get started. You know, they weren't what they are today, but they were starting to get there, right? Oh. So, I believe she has a I think she has a really good description. She has a really, really good description of her works. Oh my god, we're gonna be here all day, you guys. She has a really good description of her work. That says, what did I do? Hold on. She has a really good description of her work at this gallery that says, in these paintings, a static, undivided, two-dimensional space adheres to the flat canvas in the form of contiguous microscopic specks that follow one another endlessly, forming a tangible surface texture that expresses a strangely expansive accumulation of mass. The layers of dry white paint, which result from a single touch of the brush repeated tirelessly over time, lends specificity to the infinity of space within an extraordinarily mundane visual field. And a bunch of a bunch of other words. But basically, I like this point that kind of inspires a lot of these thoughts. She says, during the dark days of the war, the scenery of the riverbed behind our house, where I spent much of my disconsolate childhood, became the miraculous source of a vision. The hundreds of millions of white pebbles, each individually verifiable, really existed there, drenched in the midsummer sun. And that's kind of what inspired those dots, I think. Like, a lot of those dots in the way that they are. But either way, it's at this point where after like 10 years of already making like, you know, art with a bunch of polka dots in it, she finally decides, alright, I'm gonna settle on it. So from here on, she goes wild. Within 6 months, she does another show in Boston, then Washington, D.C. All of them are extremely well received. Critics are starting to go wild. She's starting to, like, basically she's, you know, fucking Kusama Coin is going up to the moon at this point. And she is just inclining steadily as an artist. And she exhibits works at an international exhibit along with Rothko, Mark Rothko is considered to be like, you know, he is like the king of just like, you know, cool abstract, just like, you know, if you ever see like a canvas with just like a big square that's just one color, that's Rothko. So she has such huge success at this point that she gets to sign an exclusive contract with the Radich Gallery, or the Radic Gallery, or Radich, I think, I don't know, whatever, in Manhattan, which is a very like high standing, you know, it's really like big money, you know, gallery, right? She managed to hold her 5th solo show, like her 5th like major solo show, and it's her largest show yet. And she has paintings basically as large as 35 fucking feet. I think there's a picture of one. Where's it at? There's a picture of her with one of her enormous, massive paintings. Yeah, here it is. This is her with one of her paintings. You can't really see the detail on it. That's all a painting. This is an old picture though, so you can't really see what's going on. But it was all one painting by her. And that's her looking pretty right in the middle of it, even though you can't really see it because it's such an old picture that all of the detail got lost. So, you know, this show is also hugely successful. You know, she's, as as you can kind of see in that picture, like she was getting to the point where she could start wearing like fur coats and shit like that. Like she was starting to get kind of fancy, right? She was having huge success. By 1961, her popularity was absolutely just going like crazy, and it's around here where she really started solidifying as a major avant-garde artist, like as a major artist here. So at this point, 1961, she's definitely either in her mid-30s, probably getting close to her 40s, and I don't know, somewhere around there. And she's finally, at this point, it's been long enough that action painting, that one trend that I mentioned where like people just fucking throw shit at the canvas and let it stick, finally people are starting to get tired of it. Finally. And so this is her fucking chance, right? This is her fucking chance. So, finally the art world, kind of starts like looking for something new, like, all right, what's next? What's new, right? So she starts exploring sculptures at this point, and so she starts doing these soft sculptures that are really by design. They're cloth penises, like stuffed cloth penises. So let me show you some pictures. She starts getting crazy around here. So here is, so basically, oh no, don't worry, they don't look like penises at all. They don't look like penises at all. They don't look like penises at all, don't worry. They symbolize a penis or many peni, but they don't actually look like it. So she starts exploring the soft sculpture, and she first presents them at a gallery in 1962. And so she makes an armchair and a sofa. Let me show you the armchair here. It's this baby right here. Look at this. Look at this baby right here. These are just, it's just cloth stuffed with like stuffing. And then with like paint on it, right? To make it kind of crunchy. And like to give it kind of an interesting texture. So she makes that, right? And then she also makes a couch. Where's the couch? Hold on. Where's the fucking couch? I've talked about the couch before. On stream. Yeah, I've talked about the couch before, and I've talked about how when I saw this couch in real life, when I saw this couch in person, I cried. I cried, you guys. I started crying, like, hard. This is the couch. The famous couch. I have gotten to see these pieces in real life, you guys. They're stunning. Obviously, you don't sit on this, obviously, you don't sit on any of this stuff. But so she this gallery is Matthew, yeah? Isn't it incredible? It's, oh my gosh, I'm not kidding you guys when I say that I started crying when I saw it, because it was like my love and my dedication and everything like culminated in this moment that I was able to see this couch and that armchair, which are considered to be like the birth of pop art. Like I'm getting really really nerdy here, but this exhibit is considered to be the ground zero of the pop art movement in New York. And so, it was a big deal, right? But so at this point something happens where she so she has these and I think in an exhibit where some other painters are, and there was another guy that at the time was doing another painter, another famous artist that at the time was doing sculptures with paper mache, where you just kind of like grab paper and like put like glue and paint over it, and it's like kind of crunchy. So the guy was making like suits and clothes and stuff out of paper mache, and they're at the same exhibit. Well, you know, Yayoi Kusama's couch and everything does, you know, super wonderful. Couple months later, Yayoi Kusama goes to one of his exhibits, and it's all basically like just like ripped off ideas. Like they ripped off completely the idea of Yayoi Kusama's soft sculpture, which at this time had never been done before. You know, nowadays you see it done a lot because, you know, Yayoi Kusama did it. But she shows up and, you know, sees all these sculptures to the point that, like, even before she could say anything, the artist's wife pulls Yayoi Kusama aside to apologize. She's like, "I'm so sorry, Yayoi. Like, she pulls her aside and she's like, I am so sorry, Yayoi." Basically, because, you know, they kind of, I think they knew that they were ripping off the ideas. They knew that they weren't being as original as they thought they were. And so that was one of the things that really, really hurt Yayoi Kusama at that point. Like, she felt really hurt by it because she was already struggling. You know, she was already struggling to make it as a female artist. And what is this? A fucking, you know, the same thing she's done. Some dude does it, and everybody goes wild, you know? So she was feeling pretty awful. She was feeling pretty fucking awful about it. She has some pretty strong words to say about it in her autobiography. And I think it only fuels more a lot of like the feminist themes in a lot of her work. Because she was in New York City during like really some just unequal times, right? So in December of 1963, she manages to do her very first installation, which is called Aggregation, 1,000 boats shown. So it's an entire boat covered in these like cotton dicks. Let me see if I can find it. Hold on. Yeah, oh, there's perfect photos of it. So this is Aggregation, 1,000 boats shown. It's a room where there is this boat covered in these things. The oars are also covered in the soft sculptures. And then surrounding this boat are 999 photos of the same boat. This was her very first installation piece. And so at this show, Andy Warhol shows up, right? And at this point, Andy Warhol already knew Yayoi Kusama, and this is a boat. It's an art exhibit, an art installation. So Andy Warhol shows up, and he's like, "What is that made of?" "Oh, it's made out of cloth, like stuffed cloth, and then with paint on top of it to make it look kind of crunchy like that, to make it look kind of like crusty, nasty like that." I'll explain why she made so many of these. But basically, kind of like art rivals. Her and Andy Warhol. So Andy Warhol comes out with this and like does basically something extremely similar right after she had done it. And you know, this kind of stuff is commonplace in art nowadays, like doing these kind of techniques. Keep in mind, this is the fresh beginning of 1960. You know, this stuff hasn't been done before. You know, people are starting to experiment with this kind of stuff in art. This stuff is new. It hasn't been done before. And so Yayoi Kusama gets so fucked up over this and the thing that had happened before that I messed up earlier. This is actually the point where she gets so depressed that she throws herself out a window at her apartment. So she attempts suicide, does not, you know, she survives because she lands on a bike on the road. And so she doesn't hit her head, and so she survives and makes it. And so at this point, you know, so we're looking at these couches, right? And you're gonna ask me like, Peggy, why is it a bunch of dicks? Like, why is it just a bunch of shit with dicks on it? You know, what's the artistic appeal of all this shit with a bunch of cloth dicks on it, right? So so it's kind of as I was explaining before, right? No, it's supposed to look like a bunch of dicks. It is 100% supposed to look like a bunch of dicks. So as I mentioned before, and as you might have gotten the impression from her childhood, hi Karen! Welcome, Raiders. Yeah, no, it's supposed to look like a boat load of ding dongs, 100%. Welcome. So styrofoam. So we're talking right now about Yayoi Kusama's soft sculptures in the 1960s. And these are made out of, it's just like cloth. It's stuffed cloth. It's like she just like made these out of fabric, stuffed them with whatever, and then painted over them to make them look a specific texture, like to make them look kind of like painted, you know, kind of like, I don't know, crusty. She did this very specifically because she was raised so strictly regarding sex that it was yet another thing that she became terrified of. Like, I think she might have, I think to this point, she might still be a virgin. Straight up. I think she might still be a virgin at this age. That's how terrified she is of sex. But I think at this point you're all learning that Yayoi Kusama is a person that takes her fears and like slathers them all over her face and bathes in them and eats them and, you know, has them for breakfast, right? So so even though she's terrified of sex, so she says basically she says all of the inner factors that cause me to perceive sexual intercourse as violence find form in the shape of the male sex organ. So she makes basically just gajillions of these cloth dicks, like these cloth phalluses, as a way of like trying to get over her fear. It's like as a way of like self-therapy, you know? So she makes a bunch of these to try and just get over her fear of sex, and she just mentions that basically by making each and every single one of these, she kind of felt like she was able to like normalize, you know, penis for her, which is really weird to talk like to say, I guess, without context quite, but you know, whether we love it or not, sex is an insanely huge part of the human existence. You know, it is It's one of the fueling things. One of the things that probably make the world go round, probably. I know that sounds really wild. But... This is Yayoi Kusama with some of her sculptures that she covered in stuff. So... Another quote that she says here that I thought was interesting. She says, I hate and fear violence and war. Humankind has tried many different approaches to these problems, but they just will not disappear from the world. Ultimately, behind the impulse to fight is the simple fact that men have penises. As long as men have those things, they will never stop perpetrating wars and violence. So basically, you know, Yayoi Kusama's mindset is that basically, like, you know, it's, you know, the world is, you know, the world revolves around penis, and she's like, as long as penis exists, the world will, you know, the world will be shit. So she, you know, she really has this intense, you know, like existential fear of sex, right? Like it really, like, that's just to show just how much she fears this, you know, to the point that she's so like overtaken and obsessed with this fear, right? Of course, you know, she's not also just, you know, a crazy lady. She also is really good at marketing herself, and she's an artist, you know, she knows that it makes cool art, so she goes with it. Hey, Holy. This is all Yayoi Kusama stuff here. This is all Yayoi Kusama stuff. So there was a highlight I want to read to you guys. So this is what she has to say regarding it. So she says, artists do not usually express their own psychological complexes directly, but I do use my complexes and fears as subjects. I am terrified by just the thought of something long and ugly like a phallus entering me, and that is why I make so many of them. The thought of continually eating something like macaroni, spat out by machinery, fills me with fear and revulsion, so I make macaroni sculptures. I make them and then keep on making them until I bury myself in the process. I call this obliteration. And that's one of the biggest themes in all of her art, as you can see at this point, is just repeating something until you kind of disappear in it. Like, you know, just how can I explain it? Like, you know, when you look at one of those like trippy like gifs of a fractal, and the little like branches at the end of the fractal like get so small that you can't even see them and they just disappear. That's kind of the feeling that she's trying to go with, but kind of with other types of art. It's so hard to explain, you guys. I'm sure you get it though. But it is really interesting how, yeah, she just faces her fears completely full on. So this really does become a huge theme. Obliteration really just becomes an enormous theme in her art, and to this day it becomes like basically like dots and obliteration solidify themselves as just enormous themes forever in her art. And so she holds a show with these exact same themes in 1964, and it's so successful that even the New York Times calls it a must-see. You know, the New York Times like is praising her, being like, you know, if you are in New York, if you're in the United States, you must see this work. And it actually becomes a traveling exhibit, both in the USA and Europe. So now she's starting to get to that point where, like, you know, she's badass enough now where her works not only are, you know, just the talk of the fucking town, and, you know, the hottest stuff in the city right now, but it's getting taken, you know, internationally, in Europe, and so in 1965, by 1965, she starts working with this more, and she starts working with mirrors. and she does what's called the Infinity Room Phallus Field. Phallus Field. Let me find it for you guys here. Oh, thank you. Thank you, autofill. So this is it. These are all the same thing, soft sculptures in a room of mirrors every single way. And this is really to just simulate just being forever lost in these sculptures. Forever, eternity, 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 eternity. You know, you're just in there forever. You know, that's the way it's supposed to feel, right? It's really cool when you can actually walk into these, right? Normal people can go into these, and here's a picture taken by a modern day person. It goes on forever. It goes on forever. The thing that's interesting too about all these is here's a picture of Yayoi Kusama in it. Actually, here's her laying there, being happy in her stuff. So, one of the interesting things about these is that Yayoi Kusama herself, like, it is her decision that you're only allowed to go into these rooms for a couple seconds. Like, you're only allowed to be in here for like 30 seconds at the most, because she wants it to be like a fleeting moment. Like, she wants it to feel kind of like a hallucination too, where you are in this space, but only for a really short amount of time, you know? You know? So, so it's at this point in 1966, she full-on embraces mirrors with her endless love show, what she calls it. And it's here where she gives that, you see the button I'm wearing today, the Love Forever? It's at this exhibit where she passes out these buttons to every single person that comes by. So everybody that goes to the exhibit, here, let's move over to the side. Yeah, every single exhibit, or every single person that comes to the exhibit, gets one of these. Do you get pulled after 30 seconds by a giant cane? No, it's a room. So basically, you line up and you know, they let you in. There's usually an assistant, you know, they open the door for you. They let you in. There's a little path that you walk on. And it's just like a tiny little path, you know, like you walk to like about the middle of the room. And then they close the door. For some of them, they turn off the lights, depending if there's lights hanging in them. And so they turn off the lights in there. But yeah, you're just there for like 30 seconds in this room in silence. And just kind of like this infinity. And then they open the door and you're like, all right, you know, let's go. You know, it's an art exhibit, right? So, yeah, she does Endless Love Show at this point, which I believe is... Endless Love Show is one of my favorite pieces of her. It is her Love Forever piece. And after doing some research, I realized now that a lot of orgies have happened in this sculpture in the time since she made and displayed this. And so I kind of wonder, like, how did it get cleaned? Because I've seen this in real life. Let me see if I can find... Hold on. Ah, fuck. Here, hold on, you guys. I have a video of it. Yeah, you've seen it in real life. Now I'm kind of concerned too, right? I'm like, I want to know what this exhibit has touched. Like, maybe that's why they don't let you inside it. Maybe that's why you only get to see it through a little peephole. So, let me... Where's the fucking... No. It's not letting me. It's not letting me do a pop-up thing for it. So I will link the video here in the chat for you guys. It's only like 30 seconds long. I really suggest you check it out. It is it's just the entire exhibit. It's about 30 seconds. I wish I could show it on stream, but my pop-out player is being very dumb. Yeah, I don't know. No, this one's not macaroni. This one is, so as you can see, it's a little hole that you put your face into. This was for an exhibit called Endless Love Show. And it's really cool. It's got, you know, if you're watching it, the lights flicker, you know, just pretty violently and brightly in specific patterns. And it's just a little mirror room where they just flicker like this endlessly. It's like an infinite casino. Yeah, I kind of thought about that a little bit. I kind of thought about that a little bit when I saw it. So, she gives these Love Forever pins, like the one I'm wearing, to every single visitor. And where is... She says something about this right here. Page 51. So she also likes to call it Kusama's Peep Show, because she says it allows you to see things that you cannot touch. So she says, this was my living, breathing manifesto of love. Thousands of illuminated colors blinking at the speed of light. Isn't this the very illusion of life in our transient world? In the darkness that follows a single flash of light, our souls are lured into the black silence of death. The kaleidoscope of our lives and joys, and the great radiant drama of human life. A paper-thin instant dependent upon denial and disconnection at 1-second intervals. The psychedelic lights of a moment ago. Were they a dream? An illusion? This is Shangri-La. She's so cool! I love her. I love Yayoi Kusama. She's so cool. So that's 1966. She also did a very, very famous, notorious piece of hers called Narcissus Garden. I got to see an indoor exhibit of this, but it's just not the same. So Narcissus Garden was it was in Venice, and basically she just grabbed, like, it was just a gajillion here she is with her here she is with her work. She put just like 1,000 mirror balls in a pond, and it looks kind of it looks really cool actually when you see it. So that's what it looks like from that angle. From, like, you know, a further angle, it looks like this. Like, she's getting more into, like, you know, kind of like bigger scale installations, right? And this was at a invitation only, you know, fancy high class, you know, art organization event in Venice. But she actually wasn't invited. She kind of just like snuck her way in. She kind of like just like talked her way in and managed to convince them to let her work in there. And then so she was standing there, and so she decided, she had these like 1,000 something mirror balls, and she was actually selling them each for $2 a piece. And the organization got pissed, and they're like, "What the fuck? You can't be selling these like hot dogs. What are you doing?" She's like, "Why not?" She was trying to sell them. You wanna buy one? I know, me too. Can you imagine? But I love the fact that, like, you know, she was just trying to sell them for cheap. Because she was like, you know what? Fuck art being expensive. You can have this for $2. That's the kind of person she was, right? She was absolutely like a punk. Absolutely. So... it's only around here. Only at this point, you guys. Only at this fucking point. She's already doing stuff internationally. She's already pulling stunts like this. She's already doing this kind of stuff. It's only at this point that Japanese art journalism kind of starts paying attention to her. Like, it's only around here that they kind of start looking at her and like, oh, Yayoi Kusama? Maybe we should look at her a little bit. So... Excuse me. 1967 is the rise of the hippie movement, you guys. 1967 marks the rise of the hippie movement. The hippie movement is exactly what it kind of looked like. It was all about returning to nature, restoring humanity to a more natural state, free love, you know, just sex parties, free love, drugs, all that good old stuff. You know, it was all about sexual liberation, liberation of the soul, you know, just being free loving individuals. And of course Kusama, like, of course the hippies were a huge fan of Kusama works, because Kusama stuff was real trippy. Right? You know, of course you want to drop some LSD and look at some infinity nets. Can you imagine that? But aside from that, you know, Yayoi Kusama herself was an enormous hippie. And so her themes, you know, her themes in the hippie movement immediately clicked. So, this is where the fun stuff starts, you guys. So it is January 1967. And outside of the St. Patrick's Cathedral, the very famous St. Patrick's Cathedral in New York, she holds what she calls the Body Paint Festival. So, let me get you a picture of the flyer. Can I find it? Here we go. So here's the flyer for the Body Paint Festival. Right? This is the flyer for the Body Paint Festival. This is another one. She did several ones. This isn't the flyer for the first one, but this is the same year. This is only a couple months after she did the first one, right? Oh, I think this is the very first one. Hold on. Well, she did, either way, she did tons of these. And so, let me read you a description of these, because these get wild, you guys. Long story short, these are public orgies. Long story short. And then short story long. I told you guys, this is where it gets wild. So here's her description of this. So, in January 1967, I produced a happening called the Body Paint Festival in front of Manhattan's St. Patrick's Cathedral on Fifth Avenue, one of the famous landmarks of American religion. The performers were a group of young male and female hippies. In front of a large crowd of spectators, I instructed them to remove all their clothes and burn some 60 American flags. I stood amid the smoke, tossing Bibles and draft cards into the flames. Once that part of the performance was over, the naked youths embraced and kissed, and some even began having sex. It was Sunday. A solemn mass was being observed inside the cathedral. Outside, the crowd that had gathered to watch the happening reacted with delighted squeals, mournful shrieks, and angry shouts. Some began to bellow, "It's blasphemy!" or "Disgraceful! I can't bear to watch!" And yet they all continued to stand there, riveted by what they were seeing. Yeah. So that's her first happening. That is her first happening of many that she became very, very, very famous for. The police break it up, of course. Break it up. But basically, the news of this goes viral. Like because of course she would. You know, if somebody holds this kind of shit outside, of course it's gonna go viral. You know, of course it's gonna go crazy. So news of this absolutely goes viral. And oh man, are there? Hold on. I don't think I will get in trouble for this. Hold on. I'm trying to find a picture that I can use that doesn't show any parts and you can't really tell that they're naked. Alright, well I can't find them, so you're not gonna see... You're not gonna see any of that stuff right now. Well, there is one. There is one, actually. I'll just... Here, I'm gonna do it, you guys. See, you can't even see anything. You can't even fucking see anything. You can't see anything. But they were all just hanging out, covered in polka dots, naked outside. Just look up, if you're curious, just like look up like a Yayoi Kusama happening or something like that. There's plenty of pictures of them. Plenty of pictures of them. There's videos even. There's plenty of stuff. But, so basically, then she goes on. It's not the worst even yet, you guys. This one is fucking crazy. So she gets contacted by a West German TV producer who is like, holy shit, I want to film one of your happenings. This is amazing. This is insane. Like, I need to film one of these, like, you know. And so she organizes a happening at her studio using Love Forever, that one like light up mirror room that I showed you guys. So the story for this one gets kind of crazy. Sorry. So she stages this, and so with a group of strictly only men, and so the plan is it's just a group of strictly only men having group sex under all the blinking lights. So about 40 journalists show up to broadcast this happening on German TV, right? Some of them end up masturbating on the scene. Like, straight up, like, you know, so there's... I don't want to get, like, super graphic, although I can. There's plenty of graphic depictions of what happened in her autobiography. But basically, you know, she invites 40-something journalists to watch this strictly male-only orgy in for TV, dude, for German TV. It's fucking crazy. So basically, you know, her whole, you know, creative idea for this was to have all the lights of Love Forever, you know, the sculpture with the lights, over these guys as they are just like basically like, you know, an abomination of just writhing human flesh, right? That's what she was going for. Like, she didn't really care that it was, you know, that it was like anything else. She was like, I just want, you know, I want like the rawness of just like a bunch of people having sex in the center, and it's just like the rawness of just, you know, human flesh kind of thing, right? So she mentions that there is, you know, even the most prim and proper journalists got all crazy hot and bothered. Half of them started masturbating on the job. And then near the end. So the guys start whipping each other with belts. They start doing things with dogs. I'm not responsible for any of this, okay? This is how Yayoi Kusama. They start doing shit with dogs. Like, they start doing sexual things. Until they end. Yeah, I told you guys. This shit gets insane. Until they end by painting each other with polka dots. Just endlessly. Which, at this point, you know... her painting polka dots and everything right at the end of all of these, like, public orgies. It was like the Kusama trademark, right? Like, it was, you know, the raw act of sex morphs into the endless infinity of dots kind of stuff, right? So, and this was, in her words, to obliterate and return them to the natural universe. And, of course, you know, in the midst of the hippie movement, this got her tons of fans, you guys. Oh my gosh, she basically became like the queen of the hippies. Like, people started calling her the queen of the hippies. She was getting famous worldwide for these. It was extremely scandalous. She got so many new fans. She really just became a celebrity because of it, honestly. Like, she was so wild and she was getting everybody's like curiosity so much that she really became like her own like celebrity in a way. So this helps start the free love culture in New York of free love and sex parties all over New York. And you know, I'm sure if you ask anybody that was in these areas in the hippie movement and that was involved, they say the same thing. There was sex everywhere, you guys. Everywhere, you know, drugs everywhere. It was basically like the movement was, you know, fuck the establishment. We are going to fuck whatever we want, whenever we want, whoever we want, however we want, kind of thing, right? You know, it was like the absolute peak of like free love. And, you know, of course, Yayoi Kusama mentions, you know, of course, you know, STDs were rampant. But this was also around the point that birth control pills come into the market for women. And so girls feeling liberated with kind of like, you know, having control over that, it also fuels the free sex movement. And the free love movement. And so she basically explains for like 3 pages in her autobiography how people were just boning everywhere, and she was like the one to hook up the best ones, apparently. So so then she basically, at this point, Kusama has 100% surrounded herself with hippies. At one point, she has her own troupe of nude gay male dancers named the Kusama Dancing Troupe. And once again, this is just Yayoi Kusama. I am just reporting history. Some of these ages ranged anywhere from like 15 to 20 years old. And she allowed them to live in her studio for a while, and freely have sex whenever. And she mentions that she got so used to just like, you know, she'd just be like chilling in her, you know, in her studio painting, and then like just like with the sounds of, you know, like moaning in the background kind of stuff. Like that's the kind of world she had been in at that point then. So but yet she was still getting so well known because of this that even the elites, like these were like, you know, even the elites were getting so fascinated and so curious about these like kind of like half art, half like orgy events. That like they would start pulling her aside at galleries and be like, so I hear that you do these body paint things, huh? Like, can I be in one? Like stuff like that. You know, she started really getting a bunch of stuff. So, and of course, you know, the national media starts going crazy with rumors and speculation and articles. You know, everybody calling her a whore everywhere, blah, 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 blah. You know, basically, you know, people were, like, the media was going wild with both good and bad attention, you know, because if you do something that crazy, of course it's gonna get fucking noticed, right? Now, you ask me, Picky, how the fuck is this legal? It's not. It's not. It's not at all. It wasn't then and it's not now. And it probably never will be. None of this shit was legal. None of this was legal. But she had a crew of like 5 to 6 lawyers with her. Always advising her. Basically, because she was always kind of treading that line between like, you know, like crime and art kind of thing. So she had a bunch of lawyers that were always around her. And then she also had several hippie bodyguards, because her studio did get pretty frequent complaints and threats, and you know, sometimes, you know, her windows would get broken and stuff like that. And I remember she even mentions that, like, you know, they started getting so much attention, and she mentions very specifically like how these like Japanese salarymen show up to one of them, and they're just being like mega creeps, like oh wow, she really is blonde down there, like oh hey, like stick your finger in there, dude. And to the point that like even the models were creeped out. And so I remember in her autobiography she specifically mentions that she put a no Japanese allowed sign outside, because she was really like fed up with like Japanese everything anyway, because she was like, fuck you guys, I hate home. I hate everything to do with home, fuck you guys. And basically in Japan, she had, her reputation in Japan was awful. She, like, basically, like, any of the news of any of this that hit Japan as tabloid news. So her reputation in Japan was starting to spread, and it was not a good one. Not a good one at all. So something that's actually really important to mention is she very, very strictly never participated in her own happenings. She never participated in these. She never had sex with her models. She never touched them. She never allowed them to touch her. Anything like that. She says that they called her sister because to them, she was like a nun, right? But she says, I was like a nun, but neither male nor female. I am a person who has no sex. Are my neighbors fighting? I can't tell if my neighbors are duking it out in the parking lot or not. I mean, they have a history of doing it before. Anyway. So, you know, she says... So she says, I was a creator and choreographer, but never a participant. This was how I expressed myself. And honestly, people respected it. And and the guys around her would make sure that like nobody laid a hand on her. And people tried. People apparently, you know, tried to get frisky with her all the time. Of course, fucking Yayoi Kusama, you know, kind of leaned into it a little. And apparently she says that, like, you know, she's like, I myself would have to whip the guys when they got out of hand. It's like, yeah, okay, you kind of liked it. So stuff like that. So what are they doing? So welcome Ichigo sweater. So yeah, basically she becomes like the queen of artsy orgies, you know, and she keeps doing these. She just keeps making them all over the place. Basically, I didn't really even like bother noting them all down because she did so many of them. You know, for her gallery shows and everything, like I noted down the dates and everything. Honestly, for the happenings, she did so fucking many of them that there's like, and they were always in like big public places, right? Like she always made a point to make them in big public places, but as she started getting more known for these, the police started kind of catching up. She wants the monopoly of sex. The CEO of sex. Kind of, in a weird way. And it is so funny. It is so, not funny, but it's so like fascinating to me that she like kind of like shaped her entire existence as an artist at this point around sex while being still so deathly afraid of it, you know? So she, like, they start, you know, the happenings start they keep happening, you know, happenings keep happening, and to the point that they're starting to become international. She starts doing them in Europe too. She starts going to Europe to stage them. Hi Mimi. And then, oh, you know what? It's probably just teenagers smoking weed outside. They always like to hang out around this window. But so basically, yeah, they keep happening. Yeah, I'm wearing a Yayoi Kusama outfit, you guys. I made one of her outfits today. See if I can show you my arms. I don't think I can. I made like her whole dress kind of thing. But so yeah, they keep going. They even start happening in Europe. She actually does get arrested at one point and gets put in jail for like one night. But she mentions that like they basically treated her like a celebrity in jail. So she was like, oh, it was super nice. It was super comfy. She was like, the police officer even went out at like 2 in the morning to get me some cake and coffee. So, you know, apparently, you know, the police were pretty nice to her. So at least when she got arrested, you know, nothing bad happened, right? But yeah, she went from painting polka dots to full-on international public orgies, dude. Yeah. So it's at this point where it's 1968, and she releases Kusama's Self-Obliteration. It's a short film. It begins with her like painting dots on nature and like horses, and I wonder if I can find it. Hold on. Really, Kusama Self. Oh. That was the way when you always wondered to me, how far did we get now? Oh my gosh. Oh, is it blocked? Oh no, it's not. Okay, cool. Okay, so the entire short film is on YouTube. We're not gonna watch it because, of course, it has naked people in it. But thankfully, they let it on YouTube, you know, because it's artistic nudity. It is from 1967, 1968. And yeah, basically, it starts with her, like, painting dots on natures, animals, on water. You know, it's like a big, fancy, artsy short film. And then until the same dots become dots on bodies at a happening. So if you're curious to see what a happening looks like, She even, I think she has like some pictures of, yeah, the Once in Love Forever, or like videos rather. Yeah, you can see the videos of all the bodies. Oh yeah, this gets graphic. Oh shit. Oh, they're bony. Oh damn. Okay, yeah, this gets really graphic. So don't watch it. You know, don't watch it if you can't watch stuff like that. It is very artsy, but there is a lot of sex and nudity in it. And people getting tied up and whipped and painted and and stuff like that. So definitely check it out though when you get a chance. It's really cool. It is total immersion into Yayoi's like ecstasy, as the top comment says. So it actually won awards at 3 different film festivals, and it was screened nationwide at discos, gyms, etc. for only $2. Of course, it was very controversial as well. So, you know, these keep happening. At this point, she's been doing these. She's been doing these for a while, right? And they keep going, and she holds. They kind of start evolving into performances that are like half art, half kind of like socio-political, you know, like protest kind of thing. Was this your inspo picky? No, not quite, not quite. No, not at all. So she has she holds the body paint festival in front of a church on Wall Street as an anti-war demonstration, and this was on an election year, and also you know, it was like the Vietnam War was going on. She did get arrested and put on trial for this one, actually, surprisingly. And then on 1968, she invites Richard Nixon to a happening. She publicly invites Richard Nixon to a happening. Let me read to you guys the letter because it's really funny. And for those of you that are joining me now, a happening is an orgy, a public orgy, where they paint each other with dots. So, also so I mentioned that she did a happening. She did a naked demonstration happening on Wall Street, also on Wall Street, and they passed out. Before I get to the part about Richard Nixon, they passed out these flyers that say stock is a fraud. Stock means nothing to the working man. Stock is a lot of capitalist bullshit. We want to stop this game. The money made with this stock is enabling the war to continue. We protest this cruel, greedy instrument of the war establishment. Stock must be burned. Burn Wall Street. Wall Street men must become farmers and fishermen. Wall Street men must stop all of this fake business. Obliterate Wall Street men with polka dots. Obliterate Wall Street men with polka dots on their naked bodies. Be in, be naked, naked, naked. So basically her goal was like, she wanted to get a bunch of like she wanted to get a bunch of Wall Street dudes to basically like walk out of their jobs, get naked, and you know, just like have a painted orgy outside. So you know, she you know, it didn't that's the one that she got arrested and put on trial for. So where are we? Oh yeah. So then, yeah, November 1968, she invites Richard Nixon to a happening. So she says, with a letter to Richard Nixon, yeah, this is still like 1968, right? Still 1968. Like, she's way ahead of her time still. So her letter says, our Earth is like one little polka dot among millions of other celestial bodies. One orb full of hatred and strife amid the peaceful, silent spheres. Let's you and I change all of that and make this world a new Garden of Eden. Let's forget ourselves, dearest Richard, and become one with the Absolute, all together in the altogether. As we soar through the heavens, we'll paint each other with polka dots, lose our egos in timeless eternity, and finally discover the naked truth. You can't eradicate violence by using more violence. So basically, she invited Richard Nixon to an orgy, basically being like, dude, stop doing wars, like stop perpetrating wars and stop starting wars. Just fucking, you know, let's hang out and have sex in a group and paint dots on each other. That was basically her solution to most things back then. She was like, you guys don't have to fight, you can just have sex and paint dots on each other. I mean, she's right. She's kind of right, yeah. So interesting fact here too. Yayoi Kusama is credited with perhaps holding the very first gay wedding. At least, you know, like in the US, right? So she says, on Walker Avenue, they set up the Church of Self-Obliteration. They held a happening called the Homosexual Wedding. The invitations and the press release announced that Kusama, the priestess of polka dots, would do the ceremony. So here's what she wrote about it in a brief statement. The purpose of this marriage is to bring out into the open what hitherto has been concealed. Love can now be free, but to make it completely free, it must be liberated from all sexual frustrations imposed by society. Homosexuality is a normal physical and psychological reaction, neither to be extolled nor decried. It is the abnormal reaction of many people to homosexuality that makes homosexuality abnormal. So, you know, just absolutely creating herself a spot in, you know, gay history and just being, you know, up right at the front of, yeah, it's really forward thinking for the time. You know, this is a point in American history with a lot of, you know, discrimination, a lot of just honestly kind of like hatred for everything that wasn't, you know, the Christian nuclear family kind of thing. And the interesting thing about this wedding is that, so she also designed the wedding dress. And it was just a single gown designed for two people. A single gown designed for two people. So she made like a two-person dress for them, and they got married in that. So in 1969, honestly, she at this point, she's so successful and so popular. You know, this is kind of like the peak prime of Yayoi Kusama. She has a bunch of money, she has a bunch of fame, everybody knows her. She, you know, people respect her and fear her and everything at the same time. You know, she's definitely a name, right? So she decides to start up like several businesses. So she has, she puts these into three categories, right? So she has businesses for organizing happenings. And this is the Kusama Enterprises, the Kusama Polka Dot Church, and Kusama Musical Productions. And they were just like, you know, like business names for all the different like artsy projects that she did and organized, and she would do like naked musicals and stuff like that. Then she had her clothing businesses, the Kusama Fashion Company, which actually managed to get a corner in the Bloomingdale's in New York at the time. And these were, some of the stuff that she sold was like, for example, the party dress, which sold for $2,000 and accommodated up to 25 people in a single dress. Fucking Yayoi Kusama. And then, so one dress to fit 25 people, of course. Then she also sold a dress titled the Homo dress with a cutout section placed strategically in the rear. And then she also sold an evening gown with holes cut out like at the chest to expose the boobs and the butt also. And basically, and of course, everything had a bunch of polka dots on it. It goes without saying at this point that everything she touches will have polka dots on it. So yeah, she was making all sorts of crazy fashion and selling it all over the place, and apparently people really couldn't get enough of it because she even opened up a little boutique at some point. And then the third category was like film. So it was like her organization. Good night, Gustav. It was like her organization where like she like would produce the films and everything, and she would use this company name when she would ship them out by mail when people ordered them. And then so the fourth category of businesses that she started was basically it was all the other miscellaneous stuff. So she had like the body paint studio, for example, and then she started a kind of like a gay social club named Cock. Fucking Yayoi Kusama. Of course you would. So, and Cock, K-O-K, stood for Kusama Omophile Club. Instead of homophile, Omophile Club. No, Omophile Company, sorry. So it was a Kusama Omophile Company, and then being written out as K-O-K, Cock. So she was running that for a while. So then all of this stuff all of this stuff, honestly, as weird as it was still gaining her a ton of popularity in the US and all over the world. She starts getting featured on talk shows on TV. CEO of Cock. Yeah, right, that's exactly what she So, oh, never mind. She's still in her 30s at this point. God damn. She's not even 40 yet. So yeah, she starts getting featured on talk shows. She, her popularity in the West just absolutely skyrockets. If it hadn't already, it just keeps skyrocketing. She has been going on an incline for God knows how long at this point, just, non-stop inclining as an artist, right? However, the scandals, basically, like, the news of all the stuff that she's doing in the West, travel over to Japan, and the scandals get so bad that she starts getting called a national disgrace. I think the school that she went to takes her name off of the alumni list because they're so like disappointed and disgusted by what she's doing. Her parents basically disown her and stop sending money. Basically, Japan just was absolutely disgusted with her, and they wanted nothing to do with her. Like, they were ashamed by the fact that she was Japanese, right? But honestly, for Yayoi Kusama, she was like, fuck them anyway. She was, loving her hippie life in New York. And she just continued. She just continues working like mad this entire time. Through all of this, she's still having shows all over the world, yeah, at this point, who fucking cares? She's like, yeah, whatever, guys. Like, you're missing out at this point. Basically at this point, she's like, well, whatever, that's to be expected of Japan. They're a bunch of prudes anyway, is, her exact attitude on it. So, then she has a happening at the sculpture garden. I wanted to read a part of it. Hold on. So basically, something as well as she said regarding like why she had so much sex in her art, right? So she says, at the time the USA, to say nothing of Japan, was still far from being sexually liberated. Of course, the road to complete sexual liberation is a long one. Whatever people may say, I believe that the present situation, with sex pulled from its pedestal and looked down upon, while all the males jerk off, is contrary to the wise providence of heaven. We must have a sexual revolution at all costs. In order to accomplish this, I felt I would have to work like mad. And so that is just what I did. So basically, you know, her thoughts, very specifically too, with like Japanese culture, was that like, you know, they were like, you know, being super awful to women in Japanese culture, while at the same time, you know, like making a bunch of porn and, you know, going crazy with like, you know, porn stuff in Japan and, you know, being a bunch of perverts, right? Yeah, they were mad because they weren't invited. So, ah, damn it, I'm dropping everything, you guys. Hold on. So, so she actually, in March of 1970, she actually returns to Japan with hopes of doing a happening in Japan, because she's like, all right, it's time. It's time to take these bunch of dudes and prudes here in Japan, and it's time to sexually liberate them. Basically, it doesn't work. She gets like, the police basically break up every single opportunity she has before she can even start. She wasn't, she had awful reception with it in Japan. People in Japan were shocked, disgusted. She was always getting caught by the police. She even tried doing like surprise ones, like really little ones, surprise ones, where she got like a group of like 3 girls and then had painted them beforehand. Like basically she was trying every single way to get around the system and like, you know, get away with her bullshit. She painted them beforehand, gave them a bunch of like, you know, like cloaks and stuff and like coats. And then around midnight in Ginza in Japan, directed them to take off their clothes and just kind of like start dancing nude with the dots and stuff while she directed it and like, you know, did the rest. However, apparently somebody called the cops on her like right before. And so like the girls were naked for like a couple minutes. Cops showed up and they get arrested. So it didn't happen. But I had to mute myself, sorry. So she leaves Japan and she sets up she sets up base in Rome actually for a little bit, and does some work in Rome until she comes back to New York in 1972. To kind of put it into perspective, let me see if I can find some like 1972 Yayoi Kusama works. I think at this time she was mostly doing happenings and stuff like that though. So I don't know if she was like painting as much. I don't know. Oh, well, her original pumpkin is 1972. Okay. Oh, I can't find it. Hi, Mimi. Excuse me. Please get off my desk. Fingers. So, yeah, I really can't find any of her pumpkins. Like the pumpkin that this would be anyway. So Kusama's dad dies in 1974. And of course that's a big deal, right? Her dad was like the only parent that supported her. So Kusama's dad dies in 1974. A year before that, Kusama travels to Japan. She didn't know this at the time, but it would be for good. She thought she was gonna just go for like a little trip to do some stuff. And so she leaves all her stuff in her apartment in New York, thinking thinking she'd be able to go back. She starts getting some really hardcore issues with her vision, and she starts getting really extreme hallucinations. And she's 43 now. She's 43. She's a full-on adult woman. She's a full-on middle-aged woman. And so she decides to stay in Japan because of her health. And then in 1975, she finally enters the Shinjuku hospital. Staying there. She's actually still there to this day. This is where she has stayed from 1975 to present day. That's where she lives. She lives at the Shinjuku Mental Hospital. And basically, it was during these years too that she really kind of started. She's been living in this mental hospital since. So basically, she was disappointed with how westernized and how cold things had become in Japan at this point. This is 1975 at this point. The West has had a huge impact on Japan, right? And in Japanese culture, she was disappointed because she was like, anywhere you went, everything was in English. All the signs were in English. Everything just seems like wannabe America. But she starts kind of speaking Japanese again and just kind of getting used to it again. And so she says, after 17 years away, what I saw in Japan, both in Tokyo and in my hometown, was disheartening. But instead, so she checks herself into this Shinjuku hospital, and her daily routine at this hospital, right, is she wakes up for a blood test at around 7 in the morning. Because, she does have all those, heart issues and all that stuff like that. Here, let me get bigger, actually. Let me get all in here. Ah! No! I didn't mean to get like this. Ah! So... come on, hands. So yeah, she has a morning blood test at 7 in the morning. Then she walks 2 blocks over to her studio across the street that she built. And every day just commutes back and forth. So she paints there from 10 a.m. to 7 p.m. Then from 7 p.m. until bedtime at 9 p.m. she writes, because she's really into writing now, especially that she speaks Japanese more. She has her little studio there, and then finally here she holds her very first solo show since her return to Japan. It is called Message of Death from Hades, and it has a bunch of collages. And then at this point too, she starts getting into writing. She writes a novel called Manhattan Suicide Addict. I haven't read it, actually. I've never read any of her novels past just the poetry that I've read, that I've shared with you guys. She starts kind of exploring prints and silk screens, and then lithographs in 1984. So, do people say it's good? It actually got a bunch of huge literary awards, and apparently she's a super good writer. Apparently she's really good. And you can kind of see as how you can kind of see how oh, hold on, the knife is totally gonna get me fucking muted. Hold on. I'm sorry, Toate, but the knife is absolutely gonna get me fucking muted in DMCA. Sorry. Good night, Sassy! Yeah, she lived through a lot, and so she is said to be a very good writer. I love how, so it's 1979. She is almost 50 years old, and she's still trying out new stuff. she's still trying out like screen printing and silk screens and lithographs for the very first time, and she's like in her 50s. And it just like, I don't know, I feel like so many people in their 50s just kind of like just kind of settle, right? And of course, like everything else, you know, like everything else in an obsessive frenzy that she likes to do, the novels are the same. She wrote one novel in 3 weeks. Just because she, you know, she gets obsessed and she just works non-stop until she finishes. So then... So then in 1983, she receives a Yasei Jidai Prize for her novella, which is a really big, you know, it's a pretty big literary prize. I don't really know what to compare it to in the English writing world. But basically, this just makes her want to write more. You know, she keeps getting awards. Basically, she keeps getting positive attention for her writing. And so she decides, well, I might as well write more. You know, for that, she says, you know, creating art and writing novels and poems are simply different roads I have chosen in my search for truth. So then, Kusama's mother dies in 1983 also. You know, Kusama's mother, the one that she honestly kind of hated so much, right? There's a poem I want to read for you guys about her mother's death that she wrote. Where's it at? Where's it at? So her mother dies, right, in 1983. And so kind of, I feel like around this point is when her whole like hippie sex, you know, whole spiel kind of calms down. She kind of settles down again, right? She writes this poem for her parents, you know, her, you know, late parents at this point. Both of her parents have now passed away. And so she writes them this, titled Now That You've Died. So it goes, now that you've died, your soul above cut-in rose clouds mingles with powdered rainbow light and disappears forever. And you and I, at the end of our endless battles of love and hatred, have parted, never to meet again. To me, born a child of people, parting is like quiet footsteps on the path of flowers. Beyond the clouds of sunset, a soundless hush. So basically, she has, you know, after her parents have died, you know, including her mother, who was a constant pain in her ass, and a constant, you know, kind of like person that made sure to make her career in art about as difficult as she could make it, right? I mean, even now, you know, as an adult, she does, Yayoi Kusama does admit that, you know, she is thankful for what they were able to give her, that she wouldn't be where she is without them, but I think she still feels very much like, you know, like a lot of resentment, you know? So, and then by the 1980s, you know, she's still going, she's still making art, and by now, finally, Japan's criticisms of her start fading. You know, finally, Japan stops looking at her like a disgrace. She finally kind of starts like, okay, you know, maybe this Yayoi Kusama person isn't so bad. Probably because she finally started calming down with the public orgies and all that. So, and then March 1987 is, I think, one of her biggest highlights as just, you know, biggest highlights in her entire career. She has her first ever retrospective exhibit. Retrospective being, you know, covering her entire life, or like covering like a major part of her life, right? as an artist. So she exhibits 79 pieces covering around 40 years of her life. The earliest being pieces from when she was 19, which I'm surprised that she even managed to save any of them. And this is, she does this in Japan, right? Like these are all exhibits in Japan now. And this is super helpful in spreading a... Hi, Mimi. Mimi, please. Mimi. 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 Mimi, please. Mimi. What are you doing? What are you doing? You wanna go outside? Hold on, you guys. Let me go around. Wow! Oh. She's like, take a break. No, not yet. Alright, let me let her out. Hold on. Okay, back. Is Mimi jealous for attention, I wonder? No, she wanted me to open the door. She's been in here with me in my room since I started stream. I think she wanted out. So I think she was getting in my face as a way to be like, hey, 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 let me out. Let me out. So we're getting pretty close actually to the end here. So if you are kind of hoping, I mean, we still have some time, it's still only the late 80s, we still got like another 40 years of her life to go so far. But the rest goes pretty quick, honestly. Because basically most of the struggles are behind her. At this point, Yayoi Kusama is like, at this point she's the kind of artist you start seeing in a museum, right? Like, at this point she has already solidified herself basically as the kind of person that you would probably study. Well, maybe not quite, maybe. She's getting there. She's very much getting there, right? So, yeah, 1987 she has her first retrospective exhibit with 79 pieces covering around 40 years of her life. Then in September of 1989 she has a retrospective in New York. And this one is super in-depth. This one really kind of takes like the museum route because they get her letters and mementos and all her like personal little stuff to exhibit here. So while Yayoi Kusama is blowing up, taking the world by storm, just absolutely, like being, kick-ass and badass and successful everywhere that she steps, she goes back to New York after about like 16 years of being there. And she just goes back to see that all her like, Andy Warhol, all the people that she used to hang out with, they're all just like tired old fucks now that don't make art. Like they're all just like, they all just kind of live off the royalties now. Nobody's really making anything. They weren't really doing anything exciting. And I mean, I don't blame them, they were probably on like starting to get in their 60s and 70s, But of course, Yayoi Kusama, no children, she wasn't married or anything. It was just her making art her entire time. She only dated like one person in her life, basically. And the guy died. So yeah, she gets back and, she kind of realizes that everybody's getting kind of complacent. But she's like, well, still, it was New York, and even if the apple was beginning to rot, it was still a very fine apple. So, it is, you guys, at this point, 1993, that Kusamania, or really what's called kind of like the Kusama Renaissance, as it's called. This is when it starts. This is kind of like the start of Yayoi Kusama as a major, you know, like top, top successful like artists in the world. You know, like the kind of people you're gonna study in your history class. This is where Yayoi Kusama really like, you know, what's just insane to me is that it's 1993. She is what, like 70? And she is still fucking skyrocketing. She has not stopped skyrocketing since she was like, I don't know, like 40, something like that. She's been skyrocketing. In 1993, she's officially invited to represent Japan at the Venice Biennale, which is that one organization, like big organization that I told you guys, where she was putting like those mirror balls around, you know, around this pond. So it was then here where she shows 20 pieces, and you know, the one with the mirror balls in the pond, it wasn't really, she hadn't really been invited, right? She had kind of like snuck her way in. This time, not only was she really truly invited, she was the very first woman, and really the very first person to ever hold like the entire spot for herself. Like normally they would have like, you know, shared the spot with several Japanese artists. This year, she got the entire spot for herself. She got to represent all of Japan. Just herself, nobody else. Nobody else, she was the only one. So... Oh, congrats to you, I hope you have a nice birthday. So then, even more, you know, even cooler, in 1994, because, oh yeah, it's a major turn. It is a major turn for just like her cementing her spot in history. In 1994, she starts making large-scale outdoor sculptures. And it's like, I love how like her art just kind of like keeps getting bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger. Like, you know, now she's like, well, I can do, you know, now I have the power to do fucking everything. I'm gonna make enormous sculptures. And so she makes these like, you know, you'll probably see pictures, and you've probably seen pictures of them all over Japan. They're everywhere. They are huge, like, you know, the size of buildings. Sculptures of like puppies with dots on them, or big pumpkins, or flowers. You know, anything. Like, you know, a girl with some stuff. Let me see if I can find some pictures. Hold on. Oh yeah, here's one. Here's the famous one of the pumpkins. It's a big pumpkin out there. It's just a big ass pumpkin on a dock. And then it's just a big ass pumpkin. It's awesome. And then where are her other ones? Oh, yeah, here's a cute one. Here's a pretty cute one. Dios mío, la criatura. This is a pretty cute one. It's just a bunch of like blobs. Bunch of cute blobs. She also did these big ass flowers also. There's a lot of these all over the place, right? There's a bunch of these flowers just like, you know, hanging out, right? Here's another one. Right. I like these ones. These are pretty cool. Trying to find pictures of some of the other ones. Oh, I really like this one. This one looks kind of newer. This one's cute. I like this one. And these things are huge, right? Like these are very large scale sculptures. You know, she's in this scale now where like she can just, you know, she can just make shit like this now, right? If she feels like it. You know, she's like, you know what? I think today I'm just gonna like put a bunch of polka dotted tentacles in the middle of this river. She can do it. She's got it. You know, she's got the connection. She's got the money. She's got everything. You know, she's made it. She has completely made it. And so where's some other stuff? Let's see. Now here we go. Here's the same Narcissus garden balls, but in a big abandoned warehouse, which is 100% my shit. 100% without a doubt my shit. Well, you guys get the point though. She has a bunch of these. She's got a bunch of huge sculptures everywhere. And they are all over Japan. But she starts making these all during the same time. While she's putting these all over Japan, she still has solo shows going all over the world. In Japan, in the West. Like yeah, like her, it really is like her inner world is starting to merge with reality, yeah. Basically, like she really is straight up like just cementing her name in history even more. It's just like as a major avant-garde artist. And then from 1988 to 2010, she has the first major international retrospective traveling exhibit. It's not just one gallery show. It's the major retrospective international traveling exhibit called Love Forever, Yayoi Kusama from 58 to 68. So it's 3 years each so it's 3 years in LA, 3 years in LA, 3 years in New York, 3 years in Minneapolis, and then 3 years in Tokyo. This is honestly, I think, one of just like the career highlights of her life, this exhibit. And it actually, like, it went on for so long, they actually extended the amount of period in her life that it covered to add more work. And it even got more paintings over time. It was, you know, it was all over. Basically, like, it was a traveling exhibit at the museums of contemporary art. And these were the same kind of museums that Yayoi Kusama used to shit on all the time when she was younger. Because she was basically like, these fucking museums, all they show is dead people, like a bunch of fucking dead dudes, while there's all these artists out here living and making art that they don't show. Well, now she's in them. And even as she's doing this, now she just has shows all over the world, non-stop. Just non-stop, all over the world. So while this is happening, in the year 2000, she is awarded the Order of the Rising Sun by the Japanese government, which is like, that's, you know, you're a big fucking deal, you know? If you get the Order of the Rising Sun from the Japanese government, you're a big fucking deal. You are a huge fucking deal, right? So, then she also, 2001, receives the Asahi Prize, and then she also gets the Premium Imperiale. Yes, I believe it's the highest civilian order, probably. Then she receives, you know, some of the highest awards possible by the Japanese arts organizations. And so this is 2001. At this point, she's still working daily. She is still painting daily. She is still making art extremely regularly. I think she's like 80 at this point. She's got to be in her 80s by now, like 80s or 70s. She's still making art probably daily. And in 2002, her hometown of Matsumoto holds a huge 300-piece exhibit on her. Basically, like, finally being able to, like, you know, hold a huge work after her entire life back in her hometown. And I watched a documentary where they say that during her speech there, she just kind of like, you know, after everything that she went through with Japan, she just says like, I was finally able to bring home the crown. And apparently she made a lot of people cry with that, and I can understand, you know, when you think about all the bullshit she went through, and yeah, the complicated relationship she had with Japan. It was a pretty big moment, you know. She finally was accepted by them, by her hometown of all things. So sorry, forgive me. She got the Order of the Rising Sun Award in 2006. Forgive me. But she still got some other major, like, Japanese government awards in 2000 and 2001. Around this time, honestly, she just says, like, around, like, 2002, which is the end of her autobiography. That's as far as her autobiography reaches, 2002. She says she's a tired old lady. She has completely isolated herself. And she says she has no friends, she has no connections with the art world, blah, 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 blah. However, this has really obviously changed, because nowadays she's actually way more active in collaborations. As you can see, she collaborated with Toei for an album. She collaborated with Louis Vuitton. Yeah, 2006, to basically... you know, she gets all those awards, and to this entire time, she is still making a shit ton of stuff, you guys. This lady never stops creating. Never stops creating. Oh, did you look at it, Robert? Yeah, she got everything. She got, like, basically like a living treasure, you know? And... I believe I have a quote I wanted to read to you guys. Let me see. Oh, wrong page. Of course I wanted to read this. So, of course, you know, 2002 marks her very first autobiography being written, which is what I got most of my information from, actually. A good chunk of my information comes from her autobiography mixed with a couple other of, like, huge fucking, you know, textbooks and photo books of her work that I own. And just kind of like stitching together the information mixed with some of the information I could find on her website and her galleries and stuff. So basically, as far as her autobiography, I really wanted to read the very last line, or the very last paragraph to you guys, because this, I love this, like... You know how like obnoxious moms have like live, laugh, love on the wall and shit like that? You know, this is gonna be the quote that I have on the wall when I'm like an obnoxious art mom or some shit like that. So it reads, I feel how truly wonderful life is, and I tremble with undying fascination for the world of art, the only place that gives me hope and makes life worthwhile. And no matter how I may suffer for my art, I will have no regrets. This is the way I have lived my life, and it is the way I shall go on living. You guys, if I fucking ever tattoo anything on myself, which I don't think so, I'm not really into tattoos, but that's like the one thing I would put. Like, you know, if I fucking plaster it all over my wall, you know, that's gonna be it, you guys. That's gonna fucking be it. It'll fucking be it, you guys. It's so good. It's so good. This is so, it's so beautiful. So beautiful, you guys. only 2002, right? That's only 2002. It's only 2002. She still has a bit to go. And so she holds or she starts a series. So she has large sculptures all over the world now, all over the world. And she starts a series called My Eternal Soul, which are actually the ones that are behind us in the museum here. These are part of My Eternal Soul. Most of the modern day paintings that you see nowadays are parts of My Eternal, or they're parts of the series of My Eternal Soul. They are all hand-painted acrylic paintings. And it's all like stuff that it's all stuff that like she hasn't really shown before in these styles. Let me show you guys these paintings. Because it's like, you know, we saw a bunch of like the dots and all the paintings that she was doing and stuff. And so here's a picture actually of some of the shit, it's huge. Sorry. These are some of the paintings actually in My Eternal Soul. And as you can see, they're huge. They're very big. And they're very colorful. They're very unlike what she made before, right? Like they've got a lot of these spikes. They almost have like more illustration style. Here's like a close, like a singular version of another one. They're fascinating, aren't they? She also has, she also does these rooms as part of My Eternal Soul. Also, I believe where, and she did a lot of these, along with like the Infinity Mirror rooms and things like that, where she would do these like rooms where every participant was given a couple stickers. And you were allowed to put them wherever the fuck you wanted. Like, if you wanted to put them on the ceiling, you could. If you wanted to put them on the couch, you could. And so, by the end of the exhibits, the rooms would end up like this, right? You know, it'd be like an entire room covered in stickers like this. You know, just piles and piles. I got to go to a couple of these. They're awesome. They're awesome. They just give you a bunch of stickers and you just get to walk around and choose where to stick them. Super fun. And I think it's part of the fact that like she has some interactive exhibits like that really helped like push her push her like her success, right? Here's a newer like phallus table kind of thing. This is more like new stuff. All right. I really like this one. Hold on. New phallus table just dropped. I really like this one. She has a bunch of like eyes on it. And the fascinating thing about these, you guys. The fascinating thing about these is that she pumps out minimum one a day. She pumps out minimum one a day of these. Sometimes more. Like sometimes more. She does like, this is all she does all day long. All day long is she just sits there and she makes these. Look at this. Look at this fucking adorable picture of her sitting, painting, and she's like smiling. Look at her, she's so cute. She's so stinking cute. She's adorable. Fucking love her. She's so cute. She's so cute, you guys. Just tiny lady, you know, getting lost in her stuff. Here's her at her gallery, you know. This is like more modern her, right? Yeah, she's that's her, you know, doing her thing. Yeah, she always like, she goes through phases with wigs. She has an outfit that's like all pink, and she just like, she wears wigs all the time. She does not, you know. Let me see if I can find some of her goofy outfits. I love it though. There was a while where I was using pictures of Yayoi Kusama as reference images, or not as reference images, reaction images, like this one, like this very disapproving Yayoi Kusama face, where she just looks at like she just does not approve of whatever you're doing. And then, oh my god, this is me when I start to stream. This is me when I start to stream. It's like, all right, calm down, you guys, calm down. I know, I know you want me, guys. Come on, calm down. I love these pictures of her. So let me take her out of here. Yeah, in 2012, she gets a major collaboration with Louis Vuitton. I think some of you may have, at this point, this is like where some of you may start remembering some of this. I remember going into a Yayoi Kusama collaboration Louis Vuitton store. And this was actually, I think that was my very first time coming across her work at a Louis Vuitton store, which is really weird to think about. I mean, not like I can afford Louis Vuitton, shit, but the reason I went in there was because this is what the exhibit, or this is what the store looked like during the collaboration. It looked fucking awesome! It looks fucking cool, right? And they had like her art books just lying around, and basically like it was a super tasteful collaboration of Yayoi Kusama stuff. It looks like those like weird mushrooms, right? Like those weird mushrooms that like ooze blood, kind of liquid. You know, she, you know, it becomes kind of like this. Like she has an entire like store designed like this. These fucking Louis Vuitton bags. I would love to be a fancy frou-frou lady one day that is able to... Did you get anything, or was it just looking only? Girl, these fucking bags are like thousands of dollars. These fucking bags, like it was almost like you almost had to pay to breathe there. These bags are thousands of dollars, you guys. Anything Louis Vuitton is already gajillions of dollars. And then Louis Vuitton and Yayoi Kusama, it's impossible to get these. It's fucking impossible to get these. Look at her just absolutely owning it though. Look at her. Just like, hey, yeah, that's me. Yeah, this is me. Cool. She's just like, yeah, that's me. No big deal. I was like, hello there. And the only thing I ever got, you guys, the only thing I ever got of this series, my mom managed to find a knockoff Louis Vuitton Yayoi Kusama wallet in downtown LA. It was so bad, you guys. They had typos in the metal parts and everything. Like, I think the Louis Vuitton was like written weird. Hi. You can find the silk scarf for $500 on eBay. Oh, jeez. But yeah, all I ever had was a knockoff. The knockoff of one of the wallets. Some used bags are running under 2K. You guys, one day, mark my words. One day, I will be a frou-frou fucking lady, and you will see me with like one of these bags, right? One day. No, don't start a fund yet. yeah, because honestly, before a Yayoi Kusama purse, I'd rather get an Aibo. An old Aibo. So, please don't lose any sleep over it. But yeah, they're super limited. And yeah, that knockoff was so obvious. So yeah, she has 2012 a major collaboration with Licenciado Valeriano, no! Valeriano Licenciado. So yeah, basically, from the entire 2000s up into 2012, 2015, basically, she is just non-stop kicking ass, non-stop being badass, gallery shows all over the world, collaborations all over the world. She is already 100% the kind of people or the kind of artist that your kids and your kids' kids and your kids' kids will probably hear about. Oh yeah, she did a collab with Uniqlo. Yeah, she's done multiple. I have a bunch of her stuff actually. You guys, I have fucking Yayoi Kusama everything. I have Yayoi Kusama kitchen towels, plates, glasses. I had a mug, except I broke them. I have Yayoi Kusama tights. I do have the Uniqlo bag. I have several Yayoi Kusama t-shirts. I have about 5 Yayoi Kusama t-shirts. I have a soft sculpture keychain of one of the pumpkins. I have keychains, you guys. I have tickets from the... Oh yeah, I had an umbrella. It broke though. I still have it though because I love it. I love Yayoi Kusama so much. It broke with the wind. Yeah, I still have it though. I hung on to it because I love it so much. And I'd like to hang it from the ceiling or something one day. Kind of fix it up a little bit because the fabric on it is fine, right? I'd like to hang it up from the ceiling one day and I don't know, have it be a display thing. And then so we're getting into 2010, right? There's still only a couple more things. So 2010s is finally when mirror rooms really solidify and become her thing, especially because she starts encouraging people to take selfies in them and post them on Instagram, which is something that an artist of her caliber had never done before. It's something that a major artist, because usually artists of her caliber, they're dead. Usually artists, it's kind of rare for a living artist to make it this far, right? But she did it. This is one of her more modern rooms, one of her more modern infinity rooms, which she encourages you to take pictures in and tag them and stuff like that. These are really cool. It's another infinity room here. These are awesome. Wow, look at this one of a couple proposing in it. Oh, that's cute. That's cute, but you only have 30 seconds. Can you imagine? You got 30 fucking seconds to propose. You better hurry the fuck up. I like this one too. I've been in this one. I've actually been in most of these. You guys, I'll take a second to brag afterwards. This one's really cool too. Yes or no, move it, come on! Oh, here's one of the pumpkin ones. These ones are cool. This one's really cool. It's just endless pumpkin fields. Fields of endless pumpkins. Endless pumpkins everywhere. And oh, this one's really cool too. These are some of the kind of mirror rooms that you might see nowadays if you go to one of her modern exhibits, which they're pretty common actually. Check out, if you are interested in her work, check it out. It is not completely unlikely that there might be some of her work near you. The Phoenix Art Museum, for example, has one of her mirror rooms. I never fucking knew. I never knew, and I'm so sad. I never knew. I think they have... I forget which one they have. They have one that's really similar to this one. It's hidden in the corner, so if you ever go to Phoenix, and if you ever go to the Phoenix Art Museum, their art museum is really, really nice. Why is this picture so threatening? Look at this picture I found. This looks like that fucking Arthur meme. With like him like with the fist, you know, the Arthur fist meme? Oh yeah, this is one of those rooms that I told you guys with the stickers. This is how they end up. This is how these rooms tend to end up usually. They look awesome. Yeah, it's the Firefly room, yeah. It's on their Instagram, yeah. It's one of their bigger attractions kind of to the museum. And because of this, because of all these, right? And the fact that these are actually in a lot of museums, she starts getting some huge popularity with younger people. You know, as shown exactly here is the several people here on stream that have seen her exhibits, actually. They've seen her exhibits in real life. You know, a lot of people have actually been in these rooms. You know, it's... they're really popular. Really popular to be in, and it's really fun. And... because Yayoi Kusama never fucking stops winning... Because Yayoi Kusama never fucking stops winning. In 2007... or 2017, sorry. She gets her own museum, you guys. She gets her own fucking museum. The Yayoi Kusama Museum. Right here, it's beautiful. It's fucking beautiful. It's in Shinjuku. She gets a museum of just her art, you guys. An entire fucking museum of only her art. And it opens with over 600 pieces. Like the very first opening show is over 600 pieces of her art. And this is 2017, right? I remember hearing that the waitlist to get into this place is stupid. Like, the waitlist to get in is fucking stupid. And actually, the background that I have today is from the Yayoi Kusama Museum. It's one of the corners in the Yayoi Kusama Museum. So is this right here. It's just, you know, endless. Endless Yayoi Kusama art. Forever and forever and forever. Here's another picture. Oh, actually, this is the same corner. Cool. This is the very same corner that we're in. The very same corner. And these are some of her newer stuffs, right? And that brings us to 2021. She's like 92. Still kicking. She's still making art, you guys. She is still continuously releasing paintings. Still continuously releasing new mirror rooms. She is still continuously making art. Basically at the same speed, if not faster than ever. Like, she pumps this stuff out like nothing. And just goes non-stop. And she still lives in that Shinjuku mental hospital. To this day, she's still there. And to this day, every day, she still walks back and forth. She's on a wheelchair now. Yeah, she's old. But to this day, she still paints. And she still makes stuff. All day long. And she's still going. And she's probably still going to until she... honestly, until she probably dies with the paintbrush in her hand. Like, that's probably gonna be how she goes. Like, she's probably gonna, like, you know, go with a smile on her face, paintbrush in her hand, you know, and as she's painting. And that's probably, you know, she probably wouldn't have it any other way. So that is the timeline, you guys, of Yayoi Kusama's life up to this point. There's still some that's unwritten. She might live to be 100. We don't know. We don't know. She doesn't smoke. She doesn't drink. She she exercises a little regularly for, you know, I mean, about as regularly as you can when you're a 90-year-old woman, right? And I think she is kind of like the living embodiment of the concept of an artist to me, and she is considered one of the most important living artists of our time. So next time you go to an art museum, you guys, or next time you go on a date, like, impress the fuck out of your date with everything that you just learned. You can impress the hell out of your date with everything you just learned about Yayoi Kusama. You can seem super cultured now. And I say that because, you know, she's a top-selling living female artist of our time, too. Yeah, she's just breaking all sorts of fucking records. But I mentioned that whole thing about like impressing and stuff like that because I remember my mom told me, because my mom, you know, has started traveling and stuff like that, and she likes, you know, my mom likes to be a classy lady every once in a while and, you know, be cultured and go to museums, right? She doesn't really know much about art at all, but she still likes going and seeing like the famous paintings and all that. But she managed to impress. She bragged to me about this, like, so happily. She was so happy about it. She managed to impress one of the museum curators because she knew about Yayoi Kusama, and she knew she remembered like a very minimal amount of stuff I had told her. And so I guess the museum curator was like super impressed with her. And so my mom calls me all proud and she's like, "Oh my gosh, I'm Irish, Picky, I'm cultured. Muffin, welcome to being a bug." And so as far as my experiences with the Yayoi Kusama exhibits, I've been to multiple at this point. I've been to about four in-person exhibits. One or two very minor ones, and then a couple like major ones. The very first one I saw, aside from like I think an Infinity Room, is when I was in Japan in 2014. Near the end of my stay there, I had decided, you know, I was gonna do like a week-long trip all across Japan, right? I was gonna go to like several different cities. I was gonna hit up Tokyo, Kyoto, Osaka, Nagoya. I was gonna go to Fukuoka. Also, I didn't end up going because I got dizzy. I got sick on the way there. But I was traveling by myself through a bunch of places in Japan. I was originally only in Nagoya for one night, but then I find out that the day after I was planning on leaving Nagoya to go somewhere else, there was a huge Yayoi Kusama exhibit happening at the department store in the city. And it was huge to the point that they decorated the entire department, like the entire mall basically, with polka dots. They had some of her big sculptures outside. It was so fucking cute, you guys. The cafe, so Japanese department stores usually have like little restaurants and cafes and like bakeries and stuff like that in some of the basement floors. They had macarons with polka dots on them. They had little cakes with polka dots on them. Let me see if I can fucking find the collaboration menu. It is so cute. It was... I have a picture of it right in front of me, you guys. I have the flyer for it. It was Matsusakaya Yayoi. Oh, there's There's no pictures. But you guys, I'll have to find pictures because I took my own pictures later on. They had Yayoi Kusama themed food. They had Yayoi Kusama themed pasta. It was spaghetti with like a white cream sauce and then like a bunch of tiny little like I think like either like sausages or pepperonis or something to just make it look like it was like white and then a bunch of like little red polka dots. You guys, it was fucking adorable. It was so cute. And I went, you know, all dressed up in my Yayoi Kusama shirt, you know, like probably the only like one of like maybe like 5 foreigners in there. I remember in front of me were these ladies all decked up in Yayoi Kusama stuff and they had the Louis Vuitton bags, I remember. And yeah, I bought a ticket, went there. It was huge. It was enormous. Absolutely huge exhibit. It had a bunch of her paintings and it was one of the very first times that I got to see some of her paintings in person. It was mostly paintings though. It was mostly these like Eternal Soul series paintings and statues like that. I did get to see some of the pumpkins in real life. I got to see a bunch of stuff. And then, more excitingly, I got interviewed by the local news. I got interviewed by the local news at this exhibit because I was like the foreign girl wearing a Yayoi Kusama shirt. And I never got to see the show. I never got to catch what channel it was on, and I couldn't find it. I couldn't find anything regarding it on any of the TV guides. But yeah, they interviewed me and they were like asking me how I felt about Yayoi Kusama, and of course I completely fucking spilled my spaghetti in Japanese. I fucked up all my Japanese. They probably didn't even put it in there because I spilled my spaghetti so hard. But then. So I've been to that one. There was one a couple years ago in like 2015, 16-ish, I think. Some of you might have been to this one. This is probably the one that a lot of you have been to recently. She had a huge traveling exhibit, a huge retrospective that traveled everywhere. The one I got to see was in Seattle at the Seattle Art Museum. And I waited in line outside for 6-8 hours, like 6 to 8 hours outside. It was not certain that there was going to be tickets left because it was one of those things that like if you didn't show up at 7 in the morning, you probably weren't going to get tickets, and they only sold tickets for that day. Like they only sold tickets for the day of because it was that popular. And I showed up like close to closing week. So I'd already been there for a couple years and the line was around the block. And I remember when I got to the tickets, when I got to finally the ticket booth after several hours of standing around in line, I was one of the last 50 tickets to be sold. I was like one of the last 50 tickets to be sold. It was basically like it was me and then like a couple more people got tickets and that was it. Anybody else was fucked. Anybody else was done for the day. They didn't have any more tickets for the day. Oh, so I got so lucky. I got so lucky. And thankfully they did the tickets by time slots so that the museum wouldn't be super fucking packed all day long. I got to see some of her sculptures, like the couch and the armchair and the boat. I got to see those all in person. I got to see Love Forever in person, and now that I think about looking at it, I just wonder how many times did people have sex in that. I got to see a bunch of her rooms. I got to see the letters that Yayoi Kusama and Georgia O'Keeffe sent back and forth to each other. And I went in a Yayoi Kusama dress. I'm a big fucking nerd. I specifically printed a Yayoi Kusama painting onto a dress on Redbubble. And I wore it. And I have a pin that looks exactly like this one, the Love Forever pin that I have on me. And of course I wore it. Of course I fucking wore it, you guys. Of course I wore the same one, right? And yeah, it was awesome. I started crying at the museum because I was so moved. Yeah, it was an address, yeah. It was awesome. Seattle was fun. I got to meet one of my very favorite artists that I grew up like admiring their art. They used to make all these like really cute paintings of like Toho girls eating hamburgers, and like they did a bunch of like cute drawings of like Cyrano drawing a poster of like, you know, I lost my frog kind of thing. Some of you probably saw their art online. I got to meet him in real life that same week, and it was awesome. We got to eat clam chowder. It was cool, and we went to the aquarium and everything too. It's so cool to hang out, you guys, with people that you've looked up to. Every once in a while, like artists that I look up to, like will recognize my name, or they'll be like, "Oh yeah, I love your art," and I'm just here, like, you know, just pockets full of endless spaghetti, and it's just like a waterfall. Just psh, 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 psh. So, oh yeah, I went to another one in Las Vegas too, and they had Narcissus Garden, but indoors. It was kind of weird. But that's about it, you guys. That's as far as it goes with Oh, you still have that commission? I mailed that to you, right? I'm pretty sure I mailed that, the original to you, I think. Did I? I don't remember anymore. Yeah! It was a cute, marker and ink commission. Yeah, I sold some of my sticky notes, a while back. A couple of my drawings on sticky notes. And I think somebody has them framed as well in their room. Makes me super happy, you guys, when I see stuff framed, or just I guess to kind of wrap up this whole thing. You know, all this entire story of Yayoi Kusama, all of this, her struggles, her fears, her obstacles. It all really, it's a story that really fuels me, you guys. It is a story that endlessly fuels me. It's, without getting into like, you know, without getting into details and without getting into my personal life, I relate a lot to some of the parts of Yayoi Kusama's life. I relate a lot with the way she feels about things, and just kind of like the passion and the way it burns within her. And I know we're doing completely different things. You know, she's an abstract painter. I'm a VTuber that draws anime shit, you know? we're in completely different paths, but in the same way that she just didn't let anything get in her path, that's how I want to be. That's what I aim to be in life, you know? I want to, you know, I want to like be able to look back on my own life when I'm old and maybe see a story just as complex as this, right? You know, it's fine if I get arrested. It's fine if I go to jail for a night, you know? In the end, it's, you know, it's nothing, right? In the end, it's a little bit, you know, as long as I'm not killing people, but that's not the plan, right? The plan is to like somehow, you know, I don't know, make such a scene that I get arrested for my art or something like that. I don't know. But it's this lady that inspires me. It's this fucking old lady right here that really, really inspires me. She really is my role model, you guys, and it's probably really fucking cheesy. I know I've been gushing all day long, but this grandma, I love her, you guys. I love this little grandma. I love this grandma. She's so cute. She's so cute. I love this grandma. Hold on, I'm gonna take a picture with her. Actually, you guys, let's take a picture with her. Everybody say cheese. Hold on, I'm gonna let me just like erase my shit here. Everybody say cheese. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Hey. Cute. It came out really cute. I took a similar selfie with her when I went to her exhibit because there was like a big painting, like a big decal of her on the wall, like larger than life. Or I think it was like a life-size decal, so I took a painting, like I took a selfie next to her. So you guys, obviously, I don't have the energy anymore to do the rest of the show, a retro stream. But honestly, I thought I was only going to be talking about Yayoi Kusama for like 2 hours. I didn't think I was gonna be here blabbing on for like 5+ hours. You guys, as you can see, I hope you did enjoy it though, because I did pour my love and my heart into the stream today. You guys, how many pages of notes do I have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19 pages of notes. This is honestly, you guys, I do feel pride in, and I do feel confident in the fact that I have told you almost all about Kusama that you can learn so far. A lot of this information isn't even on Wikipedia. A lot of this information is not in a single place. I'll brag a little bit. Right? And say I did a little bit of my own research here. And it felt amazing. I feel more connected, honestly, than ever to her work, and I feel like I understand her more than ever, too. You know, because I had already read her autobiography before. I basically reread it all. I basically reread it last night. And I stayed up until like 5 in the morning taking notes. But it's just the idea of just like telling you guys about her life and the wild shit she's gone through. It just kept pushing me. And one of the main things that I would love for you guys to take home from this stream is, you know, you heard all the shit she went through. You heard all the struggles. She didn't have it easy. She did not have it easy. She, you know, it really is a story of grit. She really just made art until people started yeah, I would like to put this on YouTube actually. Because there's not that much of this stuff on YouTube. It is definitely a video biography. And I am very, very happy to do research on her work, you guys. I hope to one day go to the Yayoi Kusama Museum. And in my wildest dreams, in my very wildest dreams, I hope to shake hands with her one day. Probably won't happen, but in my wildest dreams, you guys, I see that town. In my wildest dreams, I see that town. Matsumoto City. So, I hope you guys are not too upset that we are not doing the Showa retro stream. But honestly, all of Yayoi Kusama's life is basically Showa retro. She was alive through the entirety of the Showa era and more. She literally, like, she was born like the first year or so of the Showa era and just lived through the entirety, and now she's still alive and she's still kicking. And honestly, I have a feeling she's gonna make it to 100 or more. But I'm a little scared. I won't lie. I'm a little scared. She's getting old. She's like 92, 93. Oh. Drama. Well, I'm really glad you guys liked it. I would like to make more streams like this in the future. There's no other artists that I honestly have studied as closely as Yayoi Kusama, so I can't promise another, biography video stream of this depth, but I can try. I can sure as hell try. I can sure as hell try because it was really fun, and I really enjoyed sharing my passion of Yayoi Kusama with you guys. And I think hopefully not only did you learn about Yayoi Kusama, but I hope you learned about me a little bit. Oh, I would love to do something about George O'Keeffe. You're completely right. Yeah. This is a real bug PhD. You're right. I'm so glad you guys liked it. So glad you guys had fun. I would offer to show you guys. There's a 1 hour documentary actually on YouTube. About Kusama that you can watch. It's like $3 to rent. I rented it. I watched it today. I will tell you now, if you watched it and have seen the stream, basically if you stayed here for this whole stream, there's not really any like Kusama information that's gonna really keep you that's really gonna surprise you after this stream. I kind of went through everything. There's more stuff I could go through, honestly. There's actually even more stuff I can go through, but but I think this is as crazy as it gets. Thank you, Miguel. So you guys, I think I'm ready to wrap up. Very ready to wrap up. And for once, I think I might not rate someone today. I think we will end the stream today without rating. Just in honor of just the artistic format. Thank you, Stalker! Welcome back. I will, Oh, cute. I see the picture you posted, Taro. So you guys, you're gonna be an artist at making sausages? Make sure there's that one song from Seinfeld in the background. Like when they're having that sausage making party. Song that's like dun 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 dun. You know which one I'm talking about? Where they just, they walk in and they're just all making sausages. So you guys, tomorrow, really quick. Let's look at the schedule really quick for the rest of the week. Since the rest of the week is honestly pretty chill stuff. We kinda this is the big attraction of the week, I think. At least for me, this is like the thing that I was working really, really hard on and preparing for. So, hold on, let me zoom out a bit. So really quick, just going over the rest of the week. So we just finished here for the 21st. Tomorrow, I will be over at 4 p.m. over at KK Cyber's channel, twitch.tv/KKCyber. We will be getting wasted, playing Clubhouse games, getting drunk, getting wasted, bottoms up. So I think it'll be fun. Little by little, me and KK are really kind of beginning to form a very nice, close friendship, and I'm really happy. We've become friends through VTubing mostly. Like we both met each other when we were both starting on VTuber stuff, and so it just. She's so patient with me, you guys. Anybody that's ever dealt with me knows how shy and how I don't know, like sometimes hard to talk to. I can be, and like hard to like contact and hard to reach out to, but it just makes me really happy. What apple juice will I be drinking this time? I don't know, whatever I find. And then yeah, Sunday we'll be having an art music stream. So let me. I'm glad you guys also really have fun with KK streams. So that said, you guys. With that said, you guys, this is it for tonight. And I hope that you all had a super wonderful night. I hope you all learned a bunch. And for anybody watching the VOD of this, I hope you enjoyed it too. Because I know this is the kind of stream that might make a good VOD. So I hope you all enjoyed it. And it was wonderful. It was super, super wonderful, really, to just like nerd out for 5 hours. I didn't know I had this in me. I didn't know I had this much nerding out in me. But thank you guys for giving me the platform to nerd out like this, even to the point of like making a fucking Yayoi Kusama cosplay outfit. So, otsuteki everybody. I will see you. I'll see you soon. I'll see you tomorrow on KK stream, and then on Sunday here. And yeah, you'll definitely see another one of these streams. I'm glad you guys like them. So, good night, everybody, and otsupeki!